Playoffs have officially started here for the NACE Star League 2023 season. My name is McCormiel. With me, as always, is Cash and Amber. We have the round of 15 ahead of us, a single elimination bracket that will be sending all the teams home over the span of the next few weeks, all leading up to the grand final, where a team will be crowned the national champion. We'll take a look at our schedule here for the day. First and foremost, though, of course, our first matchup will be between Wichita State and Cumberland. And that really is going to kind of put a capitalization on the start of this playoff bracket.
It definitely will. After that, we'll follow it up with Texas A&M International taking on Ontario Tech. And then to finish the night, of course, we'll be hopping over to Valorant, where we'll be seeing the University of Missouri, Columbia, Rochester University duking it out there as well in their postseason. But as you said kind of best, Wichita State and Cumberland here for this first matchup, really going to put emphasis on really this attitude of survive and advance.
Absolutely. I mean, also, this is like a lower bracket matchup as well. Wichita State comes in as the 6th overall seed, the 11th for Cumberland as well. 5-1 on the year for Wichita State, 6-1 in the regular season for Cumberland. But really, the talk of the town has been this Wichita State roster, taking that St. Clair roster just a week ago, or I guess 2 weeks ago at this point now, to that game 5, the round 11, where they just barely lost. But it showed that St. Clair has flaws and that this Wichita State roster, given the right circumstances, can really start to fly high. I feel like they're turning up and kind of being at that foremost aspect of their team play at the best time of the year.
Definitely so. And on the other side for Cumberland, again, you finished the regular season at 6-1. You lost to Baldwin Wallace in your conference championship 3-1 after just 3-0ing them the week before to conclude your regular season. So as one team is kind of hitting strides, showing upward trajectory at the right time, Cumberland, I'm not going to call it a downward spiral, that's too dramatic, but you've taken a tough loss coming into this playoff setting. And now here, again, two teams that really are on the cusp of taking that next step in their season and being kind of put in that upper echelon conversation of real competitors, given, like you were talking about what Wichita State has done against St. Clair, so forth and so on.
Yeah, I think the conversational point for Wichita State has to run through Jake, who has been so phenomenal in these last few weeks leading up to this postseason. He has been kind of that centerpiece of this team that they've been beating. And you and I have talked about it many times. What is the key to success for this Wichita State roster? Everybody is playing well together, and if Jake is able to capitalize and put an exclamation mark on that team play, while everybody else can be a supplemental role to what is necessary for him to be able to take over a series, that is when this team is at its most dangerous. And that's exactly what we saw last week, where they were finally able to get over that hump, not only take maps off of St. Clair, which they did beforehand, but they were able to take a respawn off of them, not only just in the hard point, but as well as the control, which is kind of the focal point that they've been trying to focus on this season, is being able to take a hard point specifically off of teams, because they're very comfortable in those 2-3-5 modes, which of course we'll see our map set here. Got a 3-night stay at the hotel to start the series.
Absolutely, and I think Wichita State specifically talking that they went down 0-2 against St. Clair. I think these first two maps are going to be really important to get them off to a good start. They didn't have a good search and destroy showing that day. Obviously, of course, a game 5 round 11, as close as you can come, but they lost map 2 in a 6-1 fashion, and it was on Hotel. You had said that St. Clair going into that night wanted that rematch, wanted that square up. Hotel is a preferred map for Wichita State, so again, no surprise that you see it in the series here. We'll see what they can do, but yeah, like you said, they can take care of respawn. That takes so much pressure off of them to have to take multiple searches in a series if it goes the distance. And for Cumberland, you're just out here trying to make this team uncomfortable. You talk about Jake being an impact player. Get out on these maps, find a way to go toe-to-toe and challenge him. Make sure your ARs winning the battle, I think, to Peach. For Wichita State, who's going to step up and try to take him down, make sure he's getting contested spots at different lanes and different cuts of the map. But again, for Cumberland, if we switch the conversation that direction, it's just going to be a job of playing disruptor against this Wichita team.
Yeah, and I guess kind of like pinpointing off of that too, you can kind of go in and talk about this roster for Cumberland in a different way. There doesn't really seem to be that one focal player that's going to be that impact take over the map type player for this team. It's kind of just been everybody playing pretty well together and being able to get over those necessary hurdles as a team. The biggest problem, I think, is if you don't allow somebody on this roster to be that impact player, to just run around and get those kills, you're going to lose somebody to give you momentum at the beginning of series, or just lose that opportunity to keep a game closer, even get yourself an advantage early on, especially in that first hard point. That it could kind of cost you in the long run. Now, this isn't to say that nobody on this team has the potential to be able to break out. I look to Bondi, who was great in the series that we were able to see a couple weeks ago on stream for this Cumberland roster. A big reason they were able to take that match on broadcast. But Carcertzi and Deceit also have a monumental role to fill on this roster too. And it's something that going forward, I think they can kind of flesh out just a bit more. I don't know if this is the year for this Cumberland roster to be able to fight for a national championship. But regardless of that fact, I do think that this is a team that could take Wichita State to maybe even a map 4, potentially a map 5 if given the right match set. And we'll see how it plays to their strengths, but they were able to pick the 3 maps in the middle, so maybe that gives them the upper edge.
Definitely, and I think it's worth noting too, you talk about how they've all kind of played well enough together. I mean, playing well enough together for them resulted in a 6-1 regular season, and then again, an unfortunate, you fall short, unfortunately, in the conference championship. But if all 4 of you can just play together well enough to finish 6-1 in the regular season and get to a conference championship, imagine if someone does have a pop-off night where, look, they are just lasering and everyone else is still doing what they're known to be doing. You have that opportunity that, again, most teams struggle with. Someone's hard carrying, someone else has to pick up the load and step up somewhere else. If you're all 4 playing at a consistent level and someone has a big night, I mean, again, this series could flip on its head. So, you shape up every direction this series could fall. Cumberland, it would be more of kind of that upset if they were to take it against Wichita State tonight, but it's one that it's definitely possible. Both of these teams feel like 2 sets that we've called on all year to say, okay, who's going to take that next step? Who's going to go big? Saw it more recently out of Wichita State against St. Clair that they look to be stepping into that, quote unquote, final form at the right time. But the winner of this goes on to take on Northwood also. So again, very much taking it one map at a time, one series at a time, and doing what you can from there, because this first round is going to be, about as tough as you would like, and then someone has to win and step into the second round against Northwood. So again, no easy road here to grand finals, and again, it just goes one map, one series at a time.
Well, we have a little bit of time here as well. A big thank you to Mavix, who is an official partner of the NACE Star League and was featured as one of the most comfortable gaming chairs on sites like Tom's Hardware and Tech Radar. Click on the Twitch panel below to get $55 off your next purchase. Mavix, the future of gaming. And well, Cash, I know you and I have recently gotten ourselves a few Mavix chairs as well. Let me just say, this thing is one of the most comfortable things. It has actually changed my life when not only just sitting here casting, but gaming as well. I've only had this thing for a week, but I can already feel my body being able to adjust to this in like the best way possible, because it's got like an adjustable height, and then the lumbar support that has like the available to have like the dynamic variable lumbar aspect of it, where it can like go in and out. I know it looks like I'm just kind of like going like this. I'm sorry, but like it's fun just kind of like bounce like this on the lumbar support. So this chair actually, like genuinely speaking, has changed the entire way that I see the ability to use and utilize a chair while in the fullest effect of either gaming or just sitting here lounge.
I honestly, again, I was someone who was like, I'm just gonna get by with what I can find on Amazon or whatever. Yeah, you brought up the lumbar support, and there definitely is a difference. So get your hands on a Mavix chair if you haven't already, or if you're on the fence, fall to the other side, because I promise it's worth it.
Absolutely. $55 off your next purchase if you click the Twitch tab down below in the panel section of our stream. But until then, we'll come back and talk a little bit more about Map 1 in just a second. You're watching the NACE Star League playoffs here for the spring season. Look, I'll say this. I know we said it was going to be a short break and then we'd have map 1 of the previous series up and running. Just to clear the air and give everybody at least some sort of insight of what is happening. We did have a team not show up at the designated time for our first series. So we will have official information for you later on after the broadcast has come to a conclusion. But for now, we will move forward, switch gears to Texas A&M International versus Ontario Tech in a best of 5 series that will actually decide who will play Northwood in the next round. 7-0 is Texas A&M coming into this matchup, Cash. But again, the kind of biggest thing, and maybe it's good news, maybe it's bad news, is that whoever wins this will play Northwood, and it's pretty much a GG. You got top 8.
Yeah, that's definitely something that you want to savor this round as much as possible. Really, just kind of course, give the best go you can, but really make sure you're playing your top Khad when you go up against Northwood, because you'll need it and then some. Here are map set Embassy Sandwich with hotel in the middle. 3-night stay booked for maps 2, 3, and 4. Excited to see a lot of hotel here, but Embassy is quite the square off to get things going in this series. And you know, talking about Texas A&M International, right? It's a squad that you said coming into this is 7-0. We didn't get to watch them too much during the regular season, but they come out on top in a conference with St. Edwards. So, I mean, that already is, you know, going to boost their credibility in a sense.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a team that definitely has a lot to look up for and look forward to throughout the rest of this postseason. But really, this is, and again, I hate framing it like this because I don't want to be like the Debbie Downer in a lot of ways. But going up against Northwood in the second round of the playoffs pretty much is a recipe for disaster unless Northwood just, for whatever reason, completely crumbles within everything. But there's a reason they've been #1 ranked in collegiate scene throughout the entirety of the season. OTSU going to be on the right and TMU on the left. Starting things off here first, though, going to be the side of Ontario Tech who get in the hard point first.
And International trying to get some of this time back. In response, though, a few seconds just off the board, you see OTSU playing for this bottom right corner of the map where P2 will be headed here, still in 35 seconds, but you can tell these couple players with how reserved they're looking, trying to get good map control with this one. Last player left standing, gonna run right into the sights of OTSU, and that'll be the side of the map cleared out for now. Still garnering time with 20 seconds left, an all blue kill feed until ISO finally gets a trade, but for OTSU, about as good of a start as you would have liked.
The bottom of the mini map right now being held down by those blue arrows, but you can see Texas A&M starting to make their assault up that right side of the map. First one forward, going to be Booman. Now making his way forward is ISO. ISO looks over to the right, tries for a snap. A Booman's going to be there, and a beautiful break in from Texas A&M as soon as it pops. So 60 seconds of fresh time to be able to garner up here. Ontario Tech had the rotations, but now they're going to be on the outside looking in for a break.
Fury around the corner, and I mean, how electric of a sub has he been, you know, really the entire year, kind of the bright and shining slayer for this squad, at least as far as garnering momentum goes. Entry man for sure, and someone they're going to rely on tonight to get things going for him. Tries the break attempt, doesn't quite pan out to fruition. A&M International still going to be locking down this time, still trying to respond to a 10-point deficit, but again, they're crunched up at the zone. That's really giving OTSU an opportunity to get around and start their pinch.
Gotta looking to make his way forward. Ontario Tech have broken in 25-17, still early in this game. But the nice thing that we've seen about both of these sides is that they have the ability to break into one another. And that was what we wanted to see out of Ontario Tech. Their hard points, the respawns, they've been okay, but it needs to be a solid, cohesive roster as they move around the map together. And that's what it's been so far. So although they got broken into the first couple of seconds there, they were able to get back in. They get the last back half 30, and that'll give them at least some buffer room here to work with as Texas A&M are trying to break into P3.
Good setup here, and a team need going to soften this push, at least for A&M to start. Schmutz gonna line up all three, and now OTSU looking to try to get themselves a significant amount of time, really try to extend this lead out where they can. This P3 to P4 transition is a really good one for teams to run up that score line at times, as you see OTSU have possession of the top side of the map now, going to try to get in, but at least A&M International are not on time for now. OTSU, especially with Schmutz, leading the way at 10-4, really starting to outslay in this one.
Staircase back in towards the point. 30 seconds left on this hill. Basically what Ontario Tech were able to get themselves the last time through on P2. In for the break here around the right side corner. Schmutz will be the first one up for a challenge, but ISO laying down below will find the second kill as well. 9-4, not leading the lobby, but leading the team here thus far. On the opposite side, Schmutz at 11-5 has done a wonderful job of allowing Ontario Tech to get themselves out to a nice garnered lead. But the last 15 seconds of time here is going to be challenged by Tyler Fury. Jump shot challenge around the right side corner. Babuda will stay and hold.
We're going to have ourselves a nearly tied game going to P4. A&M International on the outside looking in, quickly trying to collapse. And now you see Tyler Fury spawn out, so he's got to fly across the map forward. There's a couple kills ago, ISO's way, and Texas A&M International are in. It feels like P2 were right at the last second. They got things swung in their favor. Now they're going to try to garner time. The real standing point for A&M International at this point is, can they stop OTSU from getting back in?
Laid down, looking through the front door. Boomman, first point of contact here for Schmutz and the oncoming onslaught of Ontario Tech players. Around the right side corner. Shot's going to be good in from a Vaznev, but won't be able to connect for a kill. Shadow will find Buddha, though. So at least a few players now cut down. 30 seconds left on the hill. Ontario Tech still yet to break here inside of the embassy building. And now as they wrap around through the backside, trying to go and push in for spawns, it's still red in the kill feed. And the Kev can in the back line. Shuts another player down. Ontario Tech, it's looking very null here for the last 20 seconds of time.
ISO starting to get things going, starting to heat up here. As now 30-40 second lead going the way of A&M International, and P5 rotation. Sure, OTSU trying to win it for now, but again, because they have such a lead, A&M can get out on rotation. They can really start to influence these spawns. That's exactly what they're looking to do, trying to control mid-map, trying to make things easier for their teammates. You're gonna have Chef in there early with everyone else wrapping through this bottom side, but as this hill spawns, it will be A&M with more immediate numbers.
Boomman looking back over towards the left side. Ontario Tech, numbers are here. 2 kills go their way first. 2-on-2 at the hill. Now a 2 versus 1. They can start making their way forward, and everybody has been cleared outside of the hard point. Semtech's going to be in, forces 1 to back all the way off. ISO now for a jump. Chat will find the second kill at 14-7. He started to tee up here. He's now leading the lobby with 53 seconds to go along with his kills.
They still need to find a way to battle back, because as much as he's leading the way, they are not in the score column. Texas A&M is doubled up on the score line now, and OTSU really just trying to get anything going for themselves. Sure, 3 quick kills in the feed will maybe put you at 70 if you get the rest of this cleanly, but with P1 being right outside these doors, it's not going to be an easy battle to get back into this one. You can't let A&M get back into this and get themselves a way to continue to grow up the staggering lead.
Push slow, pre-fire through the doorway, not going to be able to find him. Shadow wins the 1-on-1, good connection there. Last 5 seconds, and now it's a hop, skip, and jump out towards P1 as we reset our rotations here. 111-76 after 5 hard points. Ontario Tech will be the first team set up here. They had a lead early on in the game. It was P1 and P2 that allowed them to have some sort of refuge in the beginning moments of this hard point. They'll look to go ahead, repeat that same fate yet again, and try to reclaim themselves a lead.
And it looks lower. Moment before gunshots start to ring out again, but when they do, it is all A&M taking control of the mid-map and dominating it. Where there's time going to be given to them, they will take it. So OTSU, are putting a lot of emphasis, like you said, towards this right side, really trying to make sure they have it locked down, but there's still 30 seconds over grabs. I mean, A&M can be looking over 150 points in this, again, doubling up the score line here. So for OTSU, it's kind of a bit of damage control, right? You're going to have to multitask here. You're going to have to win the battle of mid-map, and as a team, so find a way to work across the map. But I mean, with Buddha snapping like that, absolute Zen mode here.
Yeah, it's a good fight that you should never lose on the opposite side, but as Buddha can shoot straight, things are going to turn a bit sour there for the moment. 127-95, 30-point deficit here for Ontario Tech. They were set up the last time over by P2, but it was a quick break from Texas A&M that allowed them to get inside the hard point. And now over towards the right side, Booming can look for a challenge. Not going to find anybody there. It's really a pinch that's coming in from Ontario Tech, but the numbers still belonging to Texas A&M around this hard point. Just needs to lay down if you are Boomman. Finally, the kill will come through, but a re-hit now from ISO on the back line should go ahead and leave this hill vacated.
Slaying's still relatively even, but as far as the intangibles are concerned, yeah, A&M International are absolutely dictating the flow of this map. It seems like you said, even if time's sitting empty, you still feel like A&M have an advantage to get in with more immediacy, and that's really why I have the scoreline to do. Now for OTSU, you're battling back into this one, but there's always someone for a trade for A&M, and that's exactly what they do here. Still 20 seconds left, can get this back to another full 60 hold just for OTSU to get in within sniffing distance of it. He didn't get a clean hold at P3 either, so it really feels like do or die time for OTSU at this point.
On that nade there from Shadow actually takes down a teammate. So while you're sending 2 different players in your forces to try and get that last down on 10-15 seconds of scrap time, it all shuts down and falls short. However, though, over towards the next hard point, it's Tamiya who are here, but Schmutz is able to break in with his teammate and Tyler behind him, who will give themselves an initial time here on the top AC hard point. Up the staircase, though, here comes ISO. He's been the difference maker for Texas A&M so far. Can he do it yet again? The answer, no. Shut down by Shadow. Tyler finds another, and still the reinforcement from Ontario Tech here in the hard point. It's all blue in the kill feed with 45 seconds of time left to garner.
And that should give him 10 to 15 seconds at least of breathing room. You're trying to see what can Shadow do here just to slow down this push as the line marches across mid-map. But for now, you're soaking up the time. You're right back into this one. 30 seconds left, and, well, that's what you need to close this lead.
Series, win or go home, do or die in the playoffs. It's a single elimination bracket for the teams that are playing, and with a 20-point lead now growing for TAMU, Ontario Tech once again is going to have to try and hold down the rotations, find some sort of success on the map. But with the knife out, Boomman takes down Chef, and another bit of scrap time will go to Texas A&M, forcing Ontario to once again have to try and set up on rotation. And guess who's not there? Those blue arrows. Texas A&M are running the map.
absolutely the case. They were within 20 points, and now you see a 40-point swing. 20 points they could have had went the way of A&M, and now we're back out to 40 points with it continuing to grow. OTSU continually, literally and metaphorically, shooting themselves in the foot in this one, not able to get any kind of edge or get ahead. It is 4 for 1 in the feed here once again. If they cross over this 200-point mark, you're going to feel that panic set in. OTSU going to get caught spreading here in a couple moments as now A&M can start to zone out beyond this and look to take some of these ego chows.
Boomman read the spawn. Ontario Tech had 2 members there, so the team shots will make quick work of the first player, but they don't realize that ISO's laying down. Goes ahead, challenges back around, knows that Tyler Fury is going to be pushing in with the rest of the teammates, but unfortunately doesn't realize that he has another teammate trying to cover off that angle at the same time. So Ontario Tech, their break is in, but it's only for the last 25 seconds, and there's still forces here from Texas A&M. Congestion could be around just a second, but the Shadow's holding on strong here for the moment's time. The only one left here that could make a play is Kevcan. He'll have to wrap over towards the next hill.
Split spawns coming in for OTSU, a war on 2 fronts for A&M. Schmutz at least kind of opened things up, and a team kill going to come in, so numbers advantage favoring OTSU on this one as the hill looks to pop. They are just 50 seconds from tying this one up here, but again, Texas A&M, they've crossed that 200-point mark. You really need to hold a majority of this time from this point forward.
This is a money hill, but the first man falls is Tyler. And that's already numbers gone for Ontario Tech as the break once again looks to start pushing through. Buddha down from the staircase. There's 3 players here to push through the double doors and only 2 inside of the hill. They've got a good cross for themselves. They've got 2 for Schmutz, 1 for Tyler, but now the last one through the doorway. Boomman was able to find 1. Can't snap to a second. Ontario Tech now within, once again, a marginal distance that is manageable.
And they're just sending 1v1v1 and really just letting OTSU tee up at this point. If they grouped up as a squad, I feel like your odds of the break would be that much higher. But for now, OTSU shooting straight as an arrow. A&M International stunned in this one. As OTSU are battling back to tie this game moving to P1. We're starting off our 3rd set of rotations, almost like it's 0-0.
Shadow inside of the hard point still. 10 seconds left. Texas A&M not going to make another hit towards the hill, but they know where everybody from Ontario Tech have to be coming from and where the flood will be through. First player up to challenge, bottom of the map. Chef falls. Buddha, good connection with the Vaznev there. It's a 1-1 trade that allows Texas A&M to now go up 3-2 over towards the hard point. Inside of the hill, Texas A&M trying to regain the lead. A weed switch is on the margins and on the cards. However, Ontario Tech have broken in. Kills go their way yet again, and a very scrappy P1 still continues to go as such.
Both teams playing for every second of time. They know how important it is going into P2, and still with 35 seconds left, so much of mid-map to play for, and once again, it is going the way of Texas A&M International. OTSU, sure, you're grouped up, maybe trying to hold on to P2 spawns, but none of that's going to matter too much when A&M only need 2, 3, 4 seconds to win this one when it's all said and done. So you'd like to see them get back into this. You'd like to see them at least give it another contest, but now you're at that pick-and-choose moment of do we push and try to flip out, or do we let them get this time for free?
Each team has had the opportunity to possess the initial time of P2 so far in this game. The shot's out, though, from KevCam. Will find Shadow, and this once again leaves Ontario Tech with a null amount of forces to try and contest and challenge for this hill. 236 to 211. Ontario Tech has 2 kills. Chef is there. KevCam's trophy system takes out Tyler, but the contest is in here for P2 as well.
2-2, front and back. It's A&M still racking up the kills. They just need 10 seconds to close this one out. OTSU, you gotta flight this one, and Tyler Fury, the man paving the way.
He's the only one there. He's the only one that can find the way in towards the point. And with Texas A&M still here, the contest for the final moments is in. But ISO drop shots, snakes the head glitch, and gives Texas A&M the edge they need. He was great from start to finish. And that Texas A&M team flies in the first map of this best-of-5 series. They take a 1-0 advantage and creep ever closer to moving on to the next round.
I mean, Schmutz still drops a 30-kill performance with over 3,300 damage. Again, I think there's a lot more that could be done for OTSU to have a better chance at that. Like you said in the match, I mean, from start to finish, A&M just dominated every portion of the map they needed to. And sure, OTSU got some good breaks and got map control themselves, but if you look at as far as possession of map goes, majority favored A&M the entire time.
34 kills, only 22 deaths, but 2 minutes in the hill as well from ISO. I mean, you're talking about a player from, again, at the very beginning of the hard point to the end, he was not only making impactful moves around the map, but 29 of those kills being non-traded, and the fact that he was consistently finding double kills, triple kills, and making sure that he was there to give his teammates a valuable trade, that was the most important part of that map, as well as being able to couple that with not only having that Vaznev in hand, but being able to get and control the hill as well. So when you have a player that's not only playing that objective, but being able to walk around the map as a one-man slaying machine, you're probably going to have some good success in the map as long as everybody else can keep up, and that's exactly what Texas A&M were able to do there throughout the entirety of that Embassy hardpoint. It played close. It was it was mixy for the good part of it. Word to the CDL vocabulary lesson that we got last year.
Yeah.
But for Ontario Tech, things didn't look too bad in that first hard point. But this is kind of how we expected this series to go. Texas A&M walking away with a respawn.
Yeah, it's one where the slang was relatively close, right? I mean, sure, you had the 34 and 22 performance, just looking at sheer numbers go, at ISO, but I mean, again, Schmutz was 30 and 24, so what the problem wasn't you were outslayed and you just couldn't find a kill on the map. They had good moments in blue kill feeds at times where they were, completely getting team kills. But again, the intangibles, when you talk about these, cream of the crop teams, right? How are you influencing the map? How are you making the game easier for yourself? Whether that's one player, again, just having the awareness to damage players, make them easier for trades, or just, again, as a team, how do we want to possess this part of the map to try to make them spawn here? That way it's easier for us to move through this part of the map to get to the next hill. So, again, things that don't show up on the scoreline that you can see clearly makes a difference when teams go head to head, who really is dictating and controlling that column of Call of Duty per se. So A&M, they're off to a good start with that, and now we go to Hotel for the search and destroy, where again, the same thing, right? You can dictate that flow of the map. Sure, you just have one life each round, but again, how you get off on your break off, what cuts you decide to pick up are definitely going to influence how easy you get the bomb down, how hard it is for the team to get the bomb down, and things like that. So for A&M, you can tell that's their game plan going into this one. OTSU need to battle back, but I guess good news for them is it's not like they're getting outgunned and it's like, they need to find a way to go toe-to-toe with this team slaying. They can do it. Need to make some wiser decisions, though, and I think they can draw the series up.
Yeah, I don't think it's too far out of the cards either. Going to the search and destroy and Hotel. I very, very vividly, I remember watching this Ontario Tech team a few times throughout the year. And one of the things that they were always good in, or it seemed to be always good in, it was their search and destroy modes. And that came to the rescue a lot of the times because their hard points were kind of lackluster at times. I remember the series against Keanu, where things kind of fell flat-footed off the rip. But then in the search and destroy, they were able to kind of battle themselves back into it. And Hotel seemed to be a pretty good map for the search and destroy for them as well, which definitely pairs into a nice forming bond for this team into a map 2 inside of the series. Because we're going to be there if they do send things to a 4th map. We're going to be there for the next 3. Actually, you can see the bottom of the screen right there. Hotel for the control and the hard point. But I think where things kind of fall a little flat for this Ontario Tech team is, throughout that game, they had Schmutz, who was able to kind of take the mantle as the slay heavy, impact player. Started the game out hot, finished it pretty hot as well. Didn't have a significant slowdown through any point of it. But where the rest of the team kind of faltered was the rest of the team kind of not only coming to the rescue, but being able to just kind of allow Schmutz to only have to take care of a couple slay kills through the front door. And I think that's where ISO's kind of playstyle comes in and disrupts this Ontario Tech team. Because when you allow a player to not only win in the slaying column, completely dominate a map, but also get the majority of the hill time between either of the teams, you're a double-edged sword in that regard. It's extremely difficult to be able to fight that when really your heaviest hitter is only being able to hit from one side.
Absolutely, yeah. For OTSU, I think going into the search and destroy, right, you want to try to find a way and only just hope by natural causes that ISO can slow down and not, continue his performance. Because like you said, not only was it 34 and 22 with 29 non-traded kills, but it was over 2 minutes of hill time. So, I mean, a literal do-it-all performance from ISO, and really necessary to pull off the map, right? It was only a 40, point victory. So, for OTSU, I'm looking to Tyler again. I kind of highlighted him at the start of the map, being that entry sub. He's not gonna have the flashiest stats. He does a lot of the dirty work that again kind of goes unsung. So when those players translate search and destroy by the way of again first bloods, he needs to come out with the majority of those engagements if he's the one making that push forward for the team to really get them more real estate purchased on the map. Someone who could finish the search 6 and 6, but again won 4 of his 5 engagements for first bloods that gave his team a man advantage. So at this point of the season, you talk a lot of those intangibles because that's what you start to see out of players that makes differences, right? I mean, sure, a monster slaying performance is great or different things like that, but the thing that I at least want to put focus on this postseason here is just what players can do that don't show up on the scoreboard. And for Tyler Fury, it's going to be doing those things like the dirty work where, again, he's taking up space, buying time for his teammates to get in good positions. For everyone on OTSU, putting yourself in tradable spots around the map to where, again, you're not putting someone in a bind. You're not dying with bomb bottom bed when all of your other players are checking in P2. So, again, just playing with intelligence. That's what the postseason's all about. You should have the fundamentals of the game down by this point. How do your collective teamwork strategies look to try to pan out here? And no better mode than search to figure that out.
I believe a sniper might be out Shadow over the top, has the Heglitch to work with, but it is going to be Tyler who gets all the way through, and already starting to be the thorn in the side of Texas A&M here throughout the first round. Down is Chef M behind the bar here, waiting for anybody to push up from Texas A&M, but the first blood on the board, it's Schmutz who's able to find ISO, and that's probably the biggest kill in the round so far.
I'm down 12. Oh, Shadow gonna connect once again to Sniper. Now left all alone. Boomman, what can you do? Well, it's gonna be an onslaught of players. At least gonna be able to find one. But again, with that clock dwindling and the nade connecting, Ontario taking that first round. And I mean, what do we talk, right? Good first bloods coming in. You win that column, give yourself a man advantage, and you don't lose it.
I did not think this Semtex was going to connect. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I thought the geometry there of the couch and the little table was going to save him, but I mean, it really wouldn't have given him much of a chance anyways. There's only about 20 seconds. He still had to find 3 and get the defuse. So good round there on offense from Ontario Tech. The aggression pans out well for him. It plays off in the way that they hoped it would. Now as ISO and the Texas A&M roster look to get back on the opposite end, try to get themselves some good momentum for themselves on this offensive push. Looks like it's going to be a direct hit over towards this A site. Quickest route possible. Trophy system down. Nothing to slow their push up onto this A site just yet, but Shadow with the sniper will cut down the bomb carrier. That's 2 kills that go the way of Ontario Tech, and now, once again, Texas A&M trying to fight from the outside in.
Schmutz with another kill, so again, continuing to give themselves that man advantage. ISO left by himself, and Ontario Tech coming out swinging the first couple rounds of the search. It's been clean from them and decisive, and again, I just point to that first blood column of you win that, you keep your man advantage at every turn, even throughout the trades. Schmutz being at the 4-0 doesn't hurt. Shadow being effective with the sniper. Again, all things going the right direction for OTSU here in map 2.
And it's difficult too, because if you're Texas A&M, now you have to kind of dictate your play style around the sniper. You can't push that open lane. You can't directly challenge a one-on-one gunfight unless you want to try and take a direct challenge against that sniper, which completely shuts down all the kind of, I don't want to say confidence, but like just the opportunities that you have either on offense or defense. And once again, Shadow's going to be back to the spot he was beforehand. Ontario Tech have made their way forward, and now, well, Kevcan tries to go ahead overzealously challenge up against the sniper, and he finds that very quickly, he probably can't do that.
And Schmutz winning his island gunfighting this side of the map. 5 in a row, one more if he finds it here in this round. We'll put him at streaks going in the next, but man advantage. Once again, they've won every single first blood here through the first 3 rounds. Tyler Fury pops a double to close things out, and Ontario Tech simply rolling here through the first 3, really with no resistance out of A&M International. And again, it's perplexing, as you were saying. You talked about, hey, you probably can't challenge these lanes with the sniper in play, and yet A&M keep putting themselves in a bind because they keep challenging those lanes with the sniper in play.
Look, I'll be completely honest. Right now, Chef is just having a grand old time. He's probably just chilling in his hotel room, just vibing, watching maybe some TV, looking out the window, maybe lounging down at the pool. I don't know. He doesn't really have to do anything right now, though, because Schmutz is up to 5-0, and, well, that sniper putting in the work for those first bloods has been everything that Ontario Tech need, and that's pretty much all she wrote. So, damn you have to make an adjustment here. 3 rounds, we start to call that a snowball effect in the search and destroy. Back to the offense. They know that Shadow's going to be in the back there, as that double door has been opened up. The glint of the sniper will be known, and ISO can make his way forward. Doesn't have bomb in hand, which is a kind of a mistake that we see a lot of times here on the hotel. You can see Ontario Tech, they actually thought that because Boomman was so far pushed over by Wine, that this was going to be a full-on hit over towards the B site. The bomb will stay at A. This should be a free plant. They're giving them time to wrap back over on defense.
And they have the main advantage here, but again, what kills can you find with players in this position? ISO playing top parking garage, working his way back to top bed, but you let the sniper get in position to get eyes over the bomb site, and maybe you chill out of this, but Shadow gonna have his hands full here as ISO finds a kill. Sure, Tyler can trade it back. A 3v2, and I think the biggest hiccup is that A&M don't have the bomb down yet.
I have to agree. Still, though, Tyler alive. 1 versus 3, finds a second kill, isolates the one-on-one gunfight, and now with 45 seconds, he knows that one just have to cross the bomb site. So it's either A, they went back to the bar and the safety of rescue harbor of his teammate, or he's pushed up into the bedroom. Up towards the top, though, Tyler very quickly could find himself an isolated 1v, spots him around the corner. Buddha's going to be there, challenges all the way back into the bedroom, runs back into his teammate. So that's the smart play here from Texas A&M. Still has an opportunity to make something out of the round here. Has no clue of where these 2 players are going to be playing from. Spots one maybe into the right corner. Good challenge. Oh, he doesn't check deep enough, and that's so bad. That's unfortunate.
Yep, that's round right there. Maybe you find that kill, you bait the player out couches who has to check bomb, but you just can't find anything. And A&M get their first round, and hey, who'd have thought? You win in the first blood, you trade out from there, and the rounds get a bit easier for you.
At least you stay on top of things this time through. Ontario Tech, you know, it's not the end of the world. You give up around there, Tyler. You know, maybe he checks that deep corner, forces a 1v1 there. That round completely turns a little differently. But for now, you can go back to the drawing board here. You're going back to an offense where you haven't lost yet. Been great all the way through. That consistent pressure you're being able to push forward because nobody can challenge up Shadow with a sniper over the top of the bar. I mean, if you're Texas A&M, you have to make an adjustment here to start playing throughout the middle of the map. You cannot afford to give up things over on the A site, but I mean, you can't challenge that sniper yet again. That's exactly what it seems like they'll do here. They'll force a couple bodies over towards B. They're not going to recognize that a player's on the A site, but ISO, well-placed shots there, and a Semtex that forces them out of cover will give TAMU the main advantage here.
And you have this player on the right back, Tyler Fury, able to get this kill and clean it up. So still with top mid control and bomb down. A 3v3 we take here with 30 seconds left. A&M are trying to march through mid-map, but Shadow strikes once again. Maybe the play being left to Buddha through the back here. He's made his way on the flank.
Shots are going to be good. 2 versus 2, 20 seconds left. Gunfight with the Vaznev not going to be there. Shadow switches out to the pistols, able to cut up one. Boomman versus Tyler. 1 versus 1 with 12 seconds left. Challenge over towards the staircase, not going to be there in time. And the good information, the good timing play out there from Tyler will cut down Boomman, give Ontario Tech a 4-1 lead. And as soon as Texas A&M were able to bounce back, the Ridgebacks continue to fly forward.
A summation of these first 5 rounds is... Can you get the first blood? Okay, if you can you trade effectively and close out the round? That is what it has been for the entirety of the search and destroy. I mean, again, it's been some good heads-up plays, but no crazy clutches, you know, no double wrap backs to a bomb site or even B looks at this stage of the game. So, again, it has been a pretty clean and cut. Get the main advantage. Don't lose it from there. And, well, OTSU sitting pretty for that as they've won 4 out of the 5.
Aggressive offense. You challenge Shadow all the way in the back lines. You might be able to get some good information, but this time, Kev going to make an adjustment, tries to pull the sniper out of his own, can't cut down Chef in the middle of the map. And for the first time, he'll be on the board here. He's only had 3 separate engagements throughout the 5 rounds of this search and destroy. Everybody else has been doing the hard work, carrying the load here from Ontario Tech. And Tyler, who started out relatively quiet compared to his teammates, he's now up to 7-2. Pistol won't be able to make any quick work of ISO. Vaznev shots up close. 3 versus 2, Ontario Tech with the advantage.
Trying to work his way through couches, maybe trying to catch a player here, catwalk, and gets the better timing. Now you have a decision. Do you want to wrap this through through bedside of A, or do you work towards B? You're trying to keep this mid-map control. Is now Schmutz trying to work the corner, trying to get eyes, and could get timing here in a moment. Maybe Buddha caught him first, but gonna back down, play in tandem with his teammate, and again, this clock working against the Dust Devils, as now you see this bomb commit to B.
Good adjustment on the wrap, but this is gonna leave ISO on an island. He might be able to get a good flank on one. You can see Schmutz just trying to play at the top of the bedroom, not give up too much information. Off-screen engagement could go the way of Texas A&M. Shots from behind. ISO are good. 1 versus 2. Buddha here on the site, just laying down, playing with the Vaznev. Bad timing from behind. Is he just going to hop at the answer? No. Out the double doors in the back line. Now goes to the bomb, but ISO's going to try and sprint all the way back around. He needs to get into the site quickly. 26 seconds left to work with. Plenty of time for Chef here to be able to clutch up a 1 versus 1. Now as he pops it, open it to the site. Chef might have got some information, forces ISO all the way back off. He can just play the corner here, but knows that Chef has to go directly towards him. 13 seconds left in the round here. Now out to 12. He's wrapped all the way back into the restaurant. 1 versus 1 gunfight will go the way of Texas A&M, and they clutch up when they need to. Don't allow Ontario Tech to get onto match point with a 4-2 advantage. It still stands. The Dust Devils, a chance to come back in the S&D.
And that was the first clutch situation we've seen. It was a 2v2. Again, you're hesitant when you see players split up around the map, and it isolated 2v1s, but you called it. ISO gets good timing on the late pinch through parking, able to find the kill, make it a 2v1, and sure, Tyler's able to take 1, but again, enough time bled off the clock. Able to clutch it up there, and 2 rounds away from tying this up. OTSU 2 rounds away from tying up the series. Who can really lock things in for the back half of the search.
Shadow once again. Same exact strat here on offense. Hop the sniper up top. Hope the bomb carrier is able to get onto the A site. And yet again, Kev challenges the sniper from Shadow, gets cut down, and leaves the Dust Devils in a 3 versus 4. Minute left in the round. Plenty of time to work back a pick here. But in the middle of the map, bad timing for Buddha. Gives Chef M yet another kill on the board here. And Texas A&M are down 2-4 again.
And you have Tyler here in bed, so again, you get this kill that allows him to go hunting for it and can fly around behind enemy lines. Schmutz connects for another. The last kill comes at mid-map. Expect these 2 players to maybe look to chase it. They're going to scoop bomb and try to get it down. Where does Boomman look to peek his head next? As Tyler's really playing cat. Maybe could get back timing on his teammate. Oh, no. 1v1 here. You know where he's at, but you got to get eyes on him sooner than later.
I mean, this turns into a technical 1 versus 4. Tyler, information, forced back all the way off, and now you can go ahead and hop this bomb if you want to, but he's going to parch his way forward with the tack in hand. And now look for Tyler, who he doesn't realize has gotten all the way out into the middle of the map. Who will get the better of the timing here? Jump challenge, down to the left. Nobody challenging out and around just yet. As Boomman's looking to the opposite side, he'll go in for the defuse, but Tyler gets the same timing that Boomman got on his teammate beforehand, clutches up the 1v1 Ontario Tech. 5-2 in the search and destroy, 1 round away from a 1-1 series.
Behind the sniper of Shadow. Let your sub players like Tyler Fury get aggressive, play up and in the enemy side of things. Did a little ring around the rosy, but when you play well around the bomb, time only looks to favor you. OTSU have done exactly what they needed to respond back in this map. 1 more round to close it out here. And they could tie the series up 1-1.
I'll march this way forward. First one pushed up is ISO. Trophy system will go ahead and cut down that Semtex. Towards the bottom of this hotel room. The dead silence will be popped. Middle of the map, left wide open. And ISO is all the way behind every player from Ontario Tech. One drops down in the middle of the map. First blood. Chef off the board already. This is what Texas A&M have excelled at. When they get that first blood, that's when the round opens up for them. That's when they can start making their move.
And so far, they've won every round they've gotten the first blood in. And that's one. So again, or excuse me, a couple at this point, but it's one, like you said, the map opens up, things get a little bit easier for them. As they continually have this man advantage, it's about playing smart, not giving up a life here. As you see ISO working all the way through B to maybe wrap back and pinch this. Do you give up a shot to Shadow? You do, but it misses. And now as this bomb works back to B, OTSU are going to have to find their way in.
Last time it was Ontario Tech who tried to force this back to the opposite side of the map, but just ran out of time, and a gunfight didn't go the way of Chef in the kitchen. Ontario Tech through the spawn side, now making their way back over towards this B site. You can see Boomman played all the way off in towards the restaurant, trying to play the wine lane. Force a gunfight through anybody that might try to challenge without the middle of the map. Semtech's going to be in. Nobody found out just yet. ISO laying down on the left-hand corner. Sniper going to be the first one to try and challenge anybody on a snake head glitch. Schmutz on the opposite side door. They both push into the site, and it's 2 gunfights that are won by Texas A&M. Stays consistent. The rounds where they get those first bloods, they win.
Utilizing this B side as well. Something only they've done here, at least successfully. Both times they've gone over to this B site, they've been able to win. One was in the 2v2 clutch. The other one here with the man advantage, never lost it. Slowly but surely clawing their way back. But, I mean, if you go 1 for 1 on rounds, surely OTSU close it out here. You need 3 straight, 4 including that one to win it. OTSU, they just need to tighten up for 1 more and they can walk away with it.
System out. Bomb on the A site already. Get this down if they so choose to. Guess who's already pushed all the way up and forward? It's Tyler Fury. Opens the double doors. Bomb also made its way through into the bedroom. And again, this is what we were talking about the last time through. It's very dangerous forcing that bomb to get any further across the site by bedroom, because that allows the defense good in front of it, but they can play it so much more effectively because the offense has to challenge all the way across the middle of the map. Here comes the flank to the back line though. Buddha making up some good ground. No one's been able to spot it out just yet. And the timing could be on a Schmutz. Shadow will be the one that probably gets cut down if he's able to get around the corner.
Slowly peeking. But ISO walks away with the first pick, so this flank by Buddha still could work out, and it does. Bomb doesn't go down. 4v2, Buddha snaps for the second. Third in the round. I'm sure you get a trade if you're Tyler Fury, but a 1v4 on the docket. You don't have bomb and just 30 seconds left here.
No opportunity to extend the time. Players playing at least decently close enough for good trades. ISO probably hears Tyler up above him, stomping around on the second floor. We'll hop down, challenge up the gunfight. But attack on the head glitch there versus the Vaznev will probably win that 9 times at its end. Texas A&M, another round goes their way. 2 straight, the first time they've been able to win back-to-back rounds in the search and destroy. Now 1 round away from sending us to a round 11.
ISO with another heroic performance, out to 11-6. Doing everything the team needs and then some. Got the first blood that round. Able to close it out as well on a 5 spree. So you'd love streaks if you can win this round going into a round 11. You would just love the round 1 at that. And I mean, again, the Kevcam with a forgettable performance in this one. Any amount that he could do to step up, get this bomb down, whatever it looks like for the squad to get them to this round 11 would definitely go quite a long way.
Being pushed over towards B. They don't realize that Tyler's laying down inside the freezer. First gunfight won't go the opposite way. Dead silence is popped. Schmutz across the map falls in another round where Texas A&M get the man advantage, but they don't realize that Tyler's still laying down. He's able to find one. Chef pops the second, and now the last two players alive for the side of Texas A&M. Over towards the restaurant and in towards the kitchen. Bad timing here. Will Tyler be able to hop up for the challenge? The answer, yes. Kevcan, last alive. 1 versus 3. Stuck in the kitchen, bombed down inside of the restaurant, and now on the opposite side, all they need to do is collapse and wait.
What can you find? There's 1v1. Hedging your best that maybe Taylor hasn't moved, but again, still finding the better timing. Ooh, I thought for a second the jump around was clean enough to bring us to a 1v1, but Ontario Tech take it. They tie the series up 1-1. A valiant effort out of A&M to try to come back, but again, Chef stepping up when he needs to, and the team playing favorite towards this B site.
And you think maybe if you don't lay down there, maybe if Tyler's not able to just find those shots on your feet, that you can get back around the corner, find your way into the kitchen, and maybe something turns into a beautiful 1 versus 1 where you have yourself isolated gunfights. A little bit of time for regeneration, but the problem is that doesn't happen in this world. Tyler Fury leads the way from Ontario Tech, 12-5 here in the search and destroy. On the opposite side, you have to look to Kevcan, who had 2-10 inside of the search and destroy. We can talk about, you know, just the lackluster slaying department, but I think really what it came down to was time after time again, whether it was defense or offense, for whatever reason, you just kept challenging the sniper lane over and over and over again, which gave Ontario Tech a couple free rounds in there where they got those first picks and then were able to set sail specifically on the offense at A.
Yeah, I mean, they won 6 of the 10 first rounds with first bloods, and a lot of that was in part to Shadow, and like you were talking about, the Kevcan continually challenging that, and OTSU did not, or they made A&M pay for the rounds they gave up first bloods, and I mean, again, 6 out of the 10 times they got first blood, well, 6 out of the 6 times, 6 out of the 7 times they got first blood, they closed out the round. That's what I guess more so I meant to say. And so, again, you gotta switch up the approach. You gotta find a way to work around that sniper, stop giving them a man advantage because they were not letting it go. And one where A&M, yeah, you scratch your head, but you're going back to a respawn at least, where you looked really good. OTSU, though, again, the battle doesn't stop here. You want to surge, but we need to see them kind of bridge that gap here in the respawn. And it's staying on hotel, but we're going to a control, obviously.
At least we're guaranteed a 4th map, but you know what you need in order to go 4 maps? That's right, a little bit of coffee. The NACE Star League runs on Dunkin'. If you want to learn more or find the nearest Dunkin' near you, go ahead and find the Twitch channel, the Twitch panel down below under where all the information for the match is, and you can go ahead and click that. It'll take you to a link where you can find your nearest Dunkin'. They might not be open this late, but in the morning, it'll get you running early on in the day and keep you going throughout every need throughout a given period of time. Go again, once again, over to Dunkin' to learn more and find the nearest Dunkin' near you. That being said, we're going to kick things to a short break. When we come back, map number 3, a hotel control, will decide the fate of who will take the lead in this best of 5 series. Don't go too far. The NACE Star League playoffs will be back in just a bit. we haven't played it up enough, this is a best of 5 series that not only dictates who will be moving forward inside of the NACE Star League 2023 spring playoffs, but it also decides who will be going home. It's a single elimination tournament style. Unfortunately, one of these teams will be exiting early here from contention. It's the round of 16, Cash. There's still a lot to be played here for top 8 on the cards. And again, I hate to bring this up and I hate to be the bearer of bad news for either of these two teams, but hey, this is how they played it, and they knew that what they were getting into with having a bit of a lower seeding as the 8-9 matchup. The winner of this will be taking on, you guessed it, the University of Northwood, who, well, let's just say, are pretty good.
Yeah, I'm not bad at the whole Call of Duty thing. They figured it out the best you can. So, yeah, it's one that both teams have shown good things. OTSU respectively in the search, and A&M in the respawns. You know, like you said, not to hark too much on you know what is to come, but you know, definitely want to see any kind of streaks of dominance out of these players that we can. ISO having himself a series through and through, even though they took the map 2 loss, still dropped, I think it was 11-6 there for the squad. Tyler Fury pops off in a way that we figured he would, being that entry sub, getting a lot of first bloods, getting a lot of good kills. And now in the respawns, I mean, like the Schmutz, who also, he had a hot start at 5-0. Really just well-rounded performances from these individuals that you have come to expect, right? They've gotten in the mix early like you need them to. Now, how do you take that to the next level? Going back to a respawn where OTSU, you're the one that has to make adjustments, and for A&M and the Dust Devils, yeah, you're going to have to find a way to hold on and continue to beat a team that, I mean, they were hot in that search and destroy. You started to make adjustments at the end and battle back, but you'd already given up the first 3-4 rounds with little contestation. Now for both these teams, it's about as even as it could be going into this control where, again, OTSU had a good bounce back. A&M are still shooting pretty strong. It comes down to those intangibles. Like I said, those are the decisions. Who's going to make the heads-up play to, again, you think of the Kevcan challenging that sniper down the lanes every single time. That's not a heads-up decision. Or in the respawns, right, giving up map control the way OTSU did. We need to see more of a battle between these two teams in that regard. And, well, this map's going to be really telling of who can come out on top and come out with that desired series advantage.
Yeah, if you're going to continue to push further and further deeper into the playoffs, you need to play a bit smarter when your search and destroys are concerned. And I think the person you have to look to there is Kev, who can have a big bounce back game here. Just needs to play, again, a bit smarter in the IQ category. Stun over the top, going to be able to find a couple of Ontario Tech players who are making their way forward. Second challenge over towards the right is going to be good for Booman. And all of a sudden, Ontario Tech, we're trying to push in towards the point. This is going to allow Texas A&M to re-hit back over towards the site. It's still going to be a 2 versus 4 as the spawns were close in the kitchen.
3 stack on A. First stick of progress already in. Really just waiting on Buddha to hit this pinch. Maybe find some good timing. Do you have someone watching the back at the right time? Answer no. At least for one to fall, but you're quick on the trade. Is the collapse quick enough out of your teammates? Answer not going to be the case. And for OTSU, I know 60 seconds to the clock. Over 2 minutes to work with the life advantage here. This one, it's got all the time in the world to march across the map and try to get to B.
The route trying to be made over by the bedroom. First gunfight goes the way of Tyler. Didn't think that he'd be able to take down Booman in that fight, but up close and personal, he's able to make it stick. Still players marching their way in. Ontario Tech, you can see the Kevcan just hiding behind the pillar, waiting for his teammates. Safe refuge to be able to come and push his way forward. Boom, backline, cut down by Tyler. Another shot can be looking forward as well, but as ISO is able to go ahead, pair in the middle of the map with Kevcan, that shuts down another 2 players from Ontario Tech. They're not going to be at full force for the B hit here.
Kevcan maybe trying to play flank, trying to cut players off spawn. Waiting for word from his teammates when to collapse, but everyone stacked up here dead or catwalk. Trades go back and forth, still favoring A&M International. As Schmutz and Tyler combined for a couple. Now 1v2, spawns coming close. OTSU, like you said, it was a soft push. Weak on players, looks to be the same here as another goes down. Nothing really should change unless OTSU can get top bed control or get someone through on a flank, neither of which really going down.
ISO was on 4 in a row. Aggressive gunfight before he was able to challenge all the way back up to 100 HP. Does force him off those streaks. So what could have been potential utility in the back pocket for Texas A&M will be a story for a different time. But everyone from Ontario Tech has now found themselves a kill around the map and are starting to make their way forward. You have to look for Tyler, though, in the back line, who's been able to find 1. Looks for a second. Snaps to 2. Schmutz there for a kill onto ISO. Now the last one here is going to be Buddha. And Chef is able to find that kill as well. So now 3 players stacked in the B zone. Spawns relatively close for 1, but the other 3 across the map by Jewelry. Head glitch on the staircase now. ISO looking for Chef, and a good kill will come through, but it was a team kill in a technical manner as the trophy system cuts him down. Still players stacked inside of the point. ISO here needs to go ahead, find at least 1, needs to realize there's a second one on the hill as well. Hasn't jumped in for the contestation or the touch, and all of a sudden what could have been a round where Texas A&M go ahead and at least regain some sort of control on that B zone. Ontario Tech were able to just squeak it out there at the end, that third tick.
It's the split-second decisions. I mean, of course, COD plays like that. It's not that anything dramatically changes, but I can't say it enough. Welcome to the postseason. Welcome to a single elimination bracket where every decision matters. That is one that, like you said, they could have got control back. They could have regained control over the B site. Weren't able to just because, again, you don't know where the rest of the players are coming from. You bounce off the hill for a moment, and OTSU get the capture. Now they get the 1-0 advantage with an offense on the board. I mean, a good stop here defensively, and again, they're quickly looking to get rolling in these respawns.
Shots out past net. Wine control. Fight for. Second player challenge up. Boom-in falls. And Ontario Tech have won the majority of the gunfights around this A zone for the time being. Nobody challenging on offense over towards B. They're trying to go ahead, send all of the reinforcements on A, and they clear everything off on the defensive side. So this offense can now go ahead, stack 2 on the zone, and start to push their couple players out to try and get some more information and space on the map. That's the most important thing in control. Being able to dictate the map how you want to play it. But as Ontario Tech look to now bounce back, Kev can by Jewelry is able to find one. But I'll give them the second tick of progress, and the third one should be hidden here in just a moment as a good trade on to Tyler Fury comes through from Booman.
And you already have someone to the back, the Kevcan, trying to make this happen as OTSU, as they like to play on Hotel, right? Really aggressive, really across that 50-yard line of the map to slow down this push. They're not playing for this first wave. They're trusting that Tyler Fury can walk away with a couple of kills, and he does. Now these players playing top bed going to have an easier job as the Dust Devils look to push their way through this. Tyler Fury over double positive. I mean, a thorn in the side of the Dust Devils the entirety of this. Buddha trying to find a good timing. Tyler not giving it up. But again, now you have someone else in the mix, and ISO trying to cut these players off spawn.
Those blue arrows all holding around the B zone. As Tyler gets some bad timing, Booman's through the back. Well, as ISO there too to help on out. Shadow cuts down Buddha. Players from Ontario Tech still holding strong. And really, Boomman's just kind of in a trap position right now because, well, he's got 2 different players trying to fight for him. He's also got his teammates all the way back in the spawn side across the map. And that's where you're just trying to wait for your teammates, but as you get snuffed out, it shuts down everything that you were having to make for yourself. So that all of a sudden takes another 30 seconds off the clock. We have to set up another team hit. They've got another maybe 2, 3 good solid hits towards the hill before the lives start coming into question and the time as well.
Everyone for OTSU across that 50-yard line of the map. Really selling out here for top bed control, pinstripe kill feed. The shots start to ring out. Does the timing go? You wait for a kill answer. Ooh, nearly. But A&M walk away with it now as they look to march their way forward. But again, OTSU in the back lines, a constant threat to be shooting in the back and off spawn. They're continuing to take those routes. A&M in no position to get site control just yet as OTSU are flooding through mid.
Smart not to play on the point and push up all the way into bar for Kev. Laying down here, the first line of contact is going to be Booming around the right side, but Shadow and Fury pair for 2. It's a 2-1 trade that goes the way of Ontario Tech and cuts everybody outside of the hill. Clock continues to dwindle down. 30 seconds left here. 15-10 is the live separation where Ontario Tech have the advantage. And now through the middle of the map, here comes the push. It's a double hit from each side. Texas A&M trusting ISO to be the first man forward. 11-11, the one leading the way for the team, but as time continues to tick down, finally it will stop for a second, but the player that was on the point gets cut down, and now you have ISO trying to be the man once again save the day.
Through the back line, Buddha trying to make something happen. He's able to stop the clock, but Smuts get a great kill there. Now trying to watch the pinch through mid. It's just 1 life at a time being thrown on it. OTSU able to turn, burn, and take care of these players. At least that's up for a moment. Shaky shots connects with the kill. 7 seconds left to close this one out.
Only 4 lives remaining though, and only 4 seconds to get back to the zone. 3 kills come in from Ontario Tech. They shut things down here on defense. And well, good news is ISO doesn't want to challenge out around the corner and give Ontario Tech another chance at streaks, another kill to go in their column. Gosh, it's only 3 ticks of progress here on this offensive hit, so things starting to turn around a bit quickly. Now down with an 0-2 advantage.
Absolutely, and even if you can make a good defensive stand here and still give yourself an opportunity to rally back in the tick column, you're down to 13 lives through these couple of rounds. So again, they really need to have a big performance, not only in the ticks where that would matter most, but they need to keep these lives in their favor the best that they can to try to battle back. It is quite the uphill, or quite the hole they've dug themselves in this one, but OTSU could find themselves closing it out here. They had a good offensive showing the last time, just enough to get it done. Can they make it a bit easier for themselves here? Is already A&M. They're putting pressure on A.
Even if this was go to a round 5, Ontario Tech even get 1 tick of progress. They will guarantee themselves a defensive round. And through Wine, though, first gunfight. Challenge up for Shadow yet again. And the zone continues to tick forward as everybody starts to stack the point. There it is. First tick in. Guaranteed defense if we go to round 5. But that second tick now starting to make its way through and will finally come to fruition. Minute 9 left in the round. An extra 60 seconds will be added here in just a moment if they can capture the third tick. But you have to look for KevCan all the way in the back line, who's found a kill into Jewelry. And now the collapse has started at 8 here. Tyler with 1, Chef with another. Still players here from Texas A&M, but it's not before the zone is completely hit through. And as both teams are at 25 lives remaining, it's now up to the offense to close out the control here with a push to the B zone.
The Ridgebacks trying to hedge their bets, pushing through bed. And a Chef tries to get mixed round reception. You've got KevCam with eyes on him, but Chef rips him there, so that is at least an opening through mid that they're going to look to try to take. They know a couple players are now playing top bed, but they want to try to win these gunfights. Again, Chef has the opportunity here to really start to influence and push these players back with a wave of skills. 2
kills go the way of Texas A&M. Boomman, though, doesn't realize there's another one trying to fester his way through top bed, but defense has the slight advantage for now. Minute 25, they're going to done a good job of at least draining 40 seconds off this clock before really any offensive attempts can get going towards the B zone. Everybody kind of scattered around right now for Texas A&M, which is forcing Ontario Tech to have to put themselves into crevices and bad positions, which is now not allowing them to get to the B zone, which is big here on defense while you're trying to once again waste more time. 60 seconds left for an offensive hit over towards the zone. The only one pushed up halfway past the map right now on defense is going to be Buddha. And if Tyler can find the gunfight here, might be able to pay dividends for the roster. However, it's 3 kills that once again go to defense, and a 5 life advantage is now starting to mount.
Boomman playing up a cat, sitting to cut these players off as they couldn't be spawning further. Now 45 seconds left. Sure, it only takes 1, maybe at this point 2, 4 down for you. You have the lives. The clock is the bigger problem. You're trying to clear out everyone top bed. That is done. Now you're trying to march your way forward, but KevCan looking to find some kills. Buddha still behind enemy lines as you look to try to stack this one quickly, and heads up play out of Buddha to find those kills. You still have the clock stop, but you need to find this flurry of kills, and you don't know where these players are coming from.
The back lines, nobody's there. First kill once again to ISO, who's able to cut the first man up for Ontario Tech towards the zone. 23 seconds left. Shadow, a good kill there, will push into top bedroom and have himself some sort of advantage, at least in towards positioning by this B zone. You need to stall this clock out. You need to find kills around the rest of the map. Shuts down one in middle, but everybody else is still going 2 for 2. Still back over towards the point. Texas A&M have the reinforcements here. No kills gone their way just yet. 6 seconds left. They made their way forward. 2 good kills now go blue, and Texas A&M are going to have to scramble back.
Oh, but they line up for 3. They're trying to shimmy around. All 4 go. And for A&M, they make a hold when they need to most. It's just unfortunate for Ontario Tech there. They had bodies on the point, but in the shuffle, got lost in the pre-fire. And for the Dust Devils, they find a way to hold on, but they're going to have to win an offense still just to force this to a round 5.
And we saw the lineup there for 2. ISO went big yet again for Texas A&M. I don't know how many times we're going to be able to say his name by the time the series is done, but we have at least one more map guaranteed for us where we can continue to sing his praises for how good he has been for this Dust Devil roster. 30 to 30, we're back. We're to ESPN. Minute 30 on the clock. 2-1, Ontario Tech have the advantage. Word to Schmutz. He's having the game of his life right now here for Ontario Tech. 24-11, leading the way. But they still have one more round that they have to go ahead and close out for them to see it all the way through in this control.
And because they have them the 3 ticks, if they can capture both sites, they would have to win in the life column to get defense, of course. Or, yeah, to get defense. They can capture both sites. Of course, they would need to win this if they don't bleed all of the lives. But if they can walk away with the life advantage and the round win, they would find themselves on defense for a round 5. So they need both sites. They need to play a near perfect round of control at that. OTSU, you just need to trade effectively. You just need to bleed this clock the same way they did for you.
On A, Kev making his way forward. 3 kills go, and now you can start going ahead trying to control the B zone, but guess who's there? Schmutz, backline, AR in hand, and now off the respawn, ISO gets cut down, put on an island, and everything's back over towards the B zone. But look at Boomman, just waiting. Good trigger discipline. Is able to find one all the way back on the crossover at A. Tick of progress should come in here in just a moment, unless Tyler can go ahead and shut it down. The answer no, though. 2 minutes, 8 seconds, 5 lives for the offensive team, starting to make their way forward. Uncanny push there. The dead silence invested and all shut down. 3 kills go to Ontario Tech, and the defense reigns supreme yet again.
Well, but look at Boomman playing Spa. Going to keep forcing these players to spawn jewelry if he continues taking these gunfights. Of course, the moment I say that, Chef, able to get a trade, clear out the back lines, and now everyone for the Dust Devils working through bed. A couple players here for OTSU, Schmutz being one of them. Can they win these gunfights? Can they soften this push and push it back? At least it opens up with 1. Trade comes in, the second as well, so now they have top bed control. You have a couple players watching mid-cut and playing L-Death. You need to find a way to bleed a couple of these lives. Buy time for your team.
And see, the thing is like, yes, Boomman walks away with a good kill there, but Chef should have walked away with that. I'll be honest. I'll be completely frank. Shots were a little shaky, but once they got those 2 players down, they didn't try to push their way forward. They allowed Ontario Tech to get positioning back, to move their way over towards the B zone, and this is where they can go ahead and capitalize on what the offense has faltered. First one, gonna challenge out. Not gonna find anything just yet, but Kevin in the corner is able to find one. ISO with 2, and now the push is all the way back on. They have the information that the players in the middle of the map, but the trophy system cuts down ISO, and now forces a 1v1 back on the point. Aggressive gunfight there from Chef. Doesn't go his way. Schmutz at 28, now trying to find his way back over towards the zone, and Tyler's gonna be the first one here. Everybody now falling from Ontario Tech. Players through the middle of the map. Shadow, the last one here, tries to go for a contestation, but Texas A&M on offense will tie things up and send us to a round 5. It'll be interesting to see who has the defense now.
It should be the Dust Devils by 1 kill. Because if they would have had a 6-kill advantage in that round, it would have been tied, and then who knows what happens? Because really, ticks and lives would have been tied. But if my math is correct, if I can read, it should be the Dust Devils on defense here for round 5 by 1 life. They captured both ticks.
Jesus.
They got the advantage. It was 7 life advantage to OTSU round 1, 6 life advantage round 2, 7 and 7 here, so 13 to 14 as far as life differential goes, and there you have it.
Jesus.
I can read, Alex.
You can read. You can read and give the people what they want. Buddha 12 and 23, not having himself a great map here. In a moment where he needs it, though, a round that can save his team would be very much welcomed by this Texas A&M roster. The Dust Devils trying to hold here on the defensive side. Over at the A zone, aggressive challenge. Somehow Shadow doesn't walk away with a gunfight. Boomman wins it. Buddha wins another, and it's already an opening break that goes all the way of Texas A&M International. Ontario Tech now has to fight all the way back in from a deficit that they've already gotten themselves out to. Schmutz has had a phenomenal game, but he's been stuck at 28 ever since, with about 2 minutes left in the previous round.
OTSU need to do more damage control than honestly a Flex Heal commercial. I mean, the way there are holes in their gameplay currently, they need to find a way to put out this fire, slow these players down, and get some semblance of, I mean, no pun intended, control. Because A&M, not only are they dictating the map the same way they did the Embassy hardpoint, but they are starting to line up these kills. You said Buddha's having a slower performance, but on the back of everyone else pulling significant weight, that's not mattered all that much. Chef having a slower one too, so everything balancing out. But when we talk about the map control, when the slaying is even, the map control is favoring the Dust Devils at this stage of it.
And that's been the tale every single map. You know, it might be a good outbreak for the very start from Ontario Tech. Then Texas A&M all of a sudden finishes strong towards the end. They almost did it in the search and destroy. Had to come back in the midst. First hard point, they were down, I don't know, was it 208 to 203? They were able to bring it back at the end with a flurry of kills that went their way. And here in the control, they bounced back from an 0-2 deficit now to a 2-2 tied stance. B zone starting to make way on progress, though. You have to look for ISO, who's in behind one. Snaps to the second. Streak invested over the top for Kevin. All of a sudden, Ontario Tech cut down from the B zone yet again. And Schmutz is left sitting in a corner, waiting for the teammates to come off the respawn.
A perfectly executed play. You were just waiting for the call for ISO to fly out of bottom bed and find those kills, and is able to do that. Though OTSU quickly get control once again. Already back in top bed. They still have plenty of time for push here and plenty of lives. So if this one works out for them, they can very much do it here. But this is where it gets concerning. You bleed a couple lives. You go 2 for 2 trading back and forth, but with numbers advantage, you're gonna stop the clock. You're spawning close as well. This one couldn't be more down to the wire.
If Shadow would have dove over across, just as you see his teammate Tyler do, maybe, just maybe, they go ahead and stall the clock and allow those reinforcements to get there just a pinch faster. However, Texas A&M is now surrounded, corralled this B zone. The kill still blue in the kill feed. ISO drops down for 1. 31 for him, 31 for Boomman as well. And another aggressive challenge out into the middle of the map. Separates these teams by 6 lives, 7 remaining, 30 seconds from Ontario Tech on offense.
This is their last full team push. They've got to make it stick. They've got to make it work. 3 go in their favor. Now you just need to find the last one, playing double death. You're stacking the point. The lives come in. Could this be the moment?
It's all stacked here. Everybody on the zone now. ISO falls. Heglitch, staircase for Buddha. Has to challenge it. Can't get there in time. And Ontario Tech, it only took 1 good hit. They clutch up in the round where they need it the most. And the offense goes their way. A 3-2 win in the control gives them control of the series. And now Texas A&M, after a great first map on the hardpoint, are fighting for their lives in this series. This next hard one is do or go home.
And really just to nerd out as an analyst for a second, probably one of the more interesting statistical controls we've seen, just because as far as numbers go, that control was separated by a single life, and that was the life that gave the Dust Devils the defensive advantage that OTSU was still able to find a way to win on with the team stack. So again, just crazy all around that 1 life separated A&M's comeback. and their ability to try to win that round, but Ontario Tech put them down for it still. I mean, again, you see these numbers back and forth, and there's only one life separating these teams. 3 players out of 4 with over 3,000 damage. I mean, again, just great work out of them to be able to boast numbers that they did. It wasn't enough to pull it off. Fortunately for Texas A&M, right, you're going into a hard point, at least where you feel most comfortable. For Ontario Tech, I mean, we didn't sing the praises of it or anything like that, but I think this is a huge map win for them to be able to take, especially with, you know, how lackluster the hard point has been from just this year in its entirety. I think that was a big map 3 for them to take because, I mean, it could come down to having the Neslo this series.
No, absolutely. And look, you know, going into the next hard point too, you go back to Hotel where you were in full dominance there in a respawn in the control. You were able to find your way around the map. It didn't seem like there was any chaotic moments where you're kind of left second guessing yourselves or being discombobulated in a lot of ways. And I think that speaks volumes to either of these two teams, because I didn't feel like there was many of those moments for Texas A&M either, which boasts well for a Hotel hardpoint. But there is one thing I will say about this Dust Devil roster that I think gives them the advantage going back into this Hotel hardpoint. It's the fact that in map 1, not only were they able to get out on rotations, but it was the fact that they would just seem like every single hardpoint, every single moment in the game, they were one step ahead, and that was just because they were giving themselves the ability to force spawn the side of Ontario Tech where they needed them to, and that allowed them to continuously funnel their way forward. But if ISO continues the slaying performance that he did in map 1, and you can get someone like Booman being able to step up and help him out in that way, I think that's a good recipe for success here in map 4 for the side of the Dust Devils.
Absolutely the case. Just get back to the script that was working for you in map 1. Again, maybe a sigh of release coming in from that camp where they're like, okay, we're going back to a hard point, no worries. I mean, it was, again, you look at the bottom of the screen, right? You see a search and destroy that went to around 10, and you see a control that went to around 5. So for OTSU to pull it off, right? And again, even the map 1 was a 40-point series, so this one still has game 5 potential written all over it. If A&M can respond here in this map 4, force it to a game 5. OTSU, though, in the driver's seat, at least for now, with the ability to close the series out on again, what would be a more shocking hard point against this Dust Devils squad. But they're looking to hit form too. I mean, you think you kind of had shaped it up, right? The tale of when push comes to shove, the Dust Devils walked out on top. There, OTSU make a very strong stand saying, you know what? We're not letting this reverse sweep happen in this control. We're going to shut it down here. And again, this is the best position they could be in, given how map 1 went. Yeah. This is the best spot they could be in to really punch themselves and take it to the next round.
We've seen a lot of close series here for Ontario Tech throughout this entire season. It started all the way back from week 1. It's gone all the way through the season at this point. And to your point that we kind of like we're doing notes on it at the very beginning of the broadcast, you were the one who said it. You know, this team is won the games that they're supposed to win. They lost the games that they're supposed to lose. And now facing up against a TAMU roster, this is a game, technically speaking, on paper, should have been one that they probably lost. But now that they've been able to spend this whole season together, be able to copiously go over notes and find all the little things that they can to get better with this roster, they put themselves in a position now to at least guarantee themselves a top 8 finish here in the NACE Star League Spring Playoffs. Give themselves a chance to potentially upset Northwood. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think anybody's probably going to beat Northwood unless it's in a grand final. But
you know, the potential's
it's always it's like winning the lottery. You know, it's a better chance than doing that or getting struck by lightning. It's still a slim chance, but there's still one there.
Hey, exactly. You know what the opportunity is? You know, you have a less chance of winning the lottery if you don't buy a ticket. And hey, if they can punch their ticket into the round of 8, that's about the best chance you could ask for against the Northwood squad. So again, for either team that takes the series, the coin falls both ways for them. But you can tell with how close this is playing, the focus is absolutely every single, not only map, but every single rotation, every single decision in a round. You can tell that, again, it's taking the best of both of these teams, and we have had quite the performance. I mean, again, seeing these all-star numbers from ISO, seeing them from Schmutz, Tyler Fury having a quiet kind of monster series. I mean, really going toe-to-toe with the likes of them, not leading lobby slaying, but coming damn close. And again, the things he's doing around the map to influence spawns, to get aggressive, to take an extra gunfight where, again, it would soften a push for his teammates, does all of that work, and again has helped OTSU be in the position they are in, being up 2-1. Schmutz having good performances, Chef stepping up at the tail end, not only of the search and destroy, but also at that control. Again, this is what we love to see, right? Especially in the collegiate space, all of these pieces coming together at the right time. It's not the flashiest of performances. It's not, you know, something where it's like, oh, that's going on a top 10 highlight reel, but it's enough to get the wins at the end of the day. And again, that's what's going to be remembered is, did you win the series or not? You know, the highlight plays are great, but if you end up losing, who cares? You didn't get to go on to the next round. Can you still find a way to survive in advance? And it is an absolute fight for survival here in the series.
It is, and it'll only continue to go that far forward. Again, we can play up either of these two sides. We can say, you know, sure, you know, Ontario Tech, given the right second, whatever. You know, it's all these different things. But you have to look at the trends. And the trends right now are saying that Hardpoint is going the way of Texas A&M. Sure, a respawn in map 3 does go the way of Ontario Tech, but there were those faltering moments that we saw from them throughout the map that did give us an insight and almost an opportunity for Texas A&M to come back. And if it wasn't for that 3 hit there at the end, or excuse me, the 4-man down at the end, where Ontario Tech was able to get onto the B zone and start to stack it, things go very differently there. But again, it's Call of Duty is a game of those moments, so you can't really read too much into that and say, well, that moment is you know, too big, and it's not a luck thing. It's all based upon a skill set and a skill check. Right in that moment, Texas A&M faltered, and well, unfortunately, just didn't win their ones, put themselves in negative positions, and they paid the ultimate price for it. Now down 1-2, back to the hotel. A hard point to potentially give Ontario Tech a round in the round of 8 with, or excuse me, the University in Northwood. Everything now starting to turn around on its head at Texas A&M. They were undefeated throughout the regular season. The only time they faltered was in their conference championships. Can they go ahead, resurrect their wrongs, and find themselves a guaranteed map 5 in this best of 5 series? We'll just have to wait and see. They're going to be on the favored side for P1, but not for P2. It's going to be Ontario Tech fighting from the good side here, trying to go ahead and get possession of this middle map.
Possession going to be won by A&M with a clean kill feed. And now you can start to see ISO march his way forward. Gonna get caught in the reload, unfortunately, and OTSU gonna make him pay for it. Coming in here, Schmutz wrapping to the back, trying, and kills go the way of the Ridgebacks, but no time just yet, as A&M have already been able to get 20 or so seconds, and with 30 left, P2 very much up for grabs, but definitely favoring OTSU, at least for the time being.
Down below, Shadow trying to go ahead, snake his way maybe into a kill or two. Ontario Tech still trying to hold down this right side of the mini-map, and as the kills continue to go their way, it's good trades in the middle of the map that finds ISO dead. And now the one pushing forward is the Kevcan, who gets a little bit of information, gets a good foot forward, but now we have to look to the top right of the mini-map. We'll hop on board with Chef now. First gunfight doesn't go his way. Buddha's starting to make his way forward, and through the jewelry portion of the map, this is where you can infiltrate into P2 and really start to make the team set up for initial discomfort.
50-50 for spawn. Shadow takes the first gunfight, and you still have players soaking time. Lead change coming in early on. Control of the hard point for OTSU, and already an early stand from, I mean, again, sure, Embassy and the hotel are two different maps, but A&M, when they wanted in, they were able to find the kills and break into these hills. At least off this first wave, they've been able to make a stand at, well, now, of course, Casticers, my bad, Ridgebacks, A&M get in, but it was looking like a better stand, at least as far as control goes, putting emphasis on spawns and staying back to that. Now they put themselves in a position to immediately try to get back in, and Shadow, snapping like that definitely doesn't hurt either. Tyler Fury tries to get in for a kill. A team kill does come in, but ISO still with 3 in the feed. Friendly fire or not, keep his team in this one, and now they're out on rotation. OTSU, can he try to get an early break? Can he try to influence these spawns?
I guess we kind of mentioned everybody else besides Shadow, unless he had the sniper in his hand. So he's decided, all right, you know what? I'm gonna force the name into the mouths of the two people on the broadcasting desk, and well, he's done just that. Checks the left corner, not gonna be able to find anything though. So Chef will be having to trade at least on the ISO there for the time being. Wine cut down into the back line. Tyler gonna go ahead, stun the door open. Not gonna get the second one though. Here comes the hit. Chef, first kill. Chef, second kill. Everybody from Ontario Tech starting to make their way forward. Pinstripe kill feed. Schmutz from the back line, forced all the way off. Chef trying to go for number 3 and 4, but they're going to be laying down behind both of those ovens. And that is going to be such a difficult gunfight to take until everybody else gets in. Chef gets 3 on the break into it. And with 35 seconds left, Ontario Tech now going to be the ones in sole possession of P3.
I'm really trying to line them up for some streaks here. Has the opportunity to. Isn't going to chow out. Going to try to play smart. And they're starting to soak up this time. It was a slow burn for the break, but they're able to get it at that. A&M try to find a way to bounce back in. And once again, it is the numbers they send on rotation. Though it is just one, but it's a very influential one to have behind enemy lines, as OTSU were going to be caught completely unaware.
Be in the route, man. This is what actually disrupted them on one of their defensive holds inside of the search and destroy, and in the control as well. They didn't realize that they had someone in their midst behind them. Might get some poor timing here. He's got another teammate trying to go ahead and set up for help. And a one-on-one gunfight in the back will draw the attention in the opposite way. They don't realize that Buddha is here still. And as he gets into the point, he checks the opposite corner, and that actually disrupts everything. But now is ISO starting to make his way forward. We'll have a challenge on to Tyler Fury. A good Semtex on the left side will stop anybody from hitting up the staircase. But now is the one pits forward. ISO turns around. He's still got Buddha in the back line. And that's a clean break in here from TAMU.
And as we talked about for Embassy, right? It seemed like A&M always had numbers to try to get in. The first 30 seconds go by were, okay, when are they going to go? When are they going to go? And OTSU continued winning the gunfights. Now, they do get the break. There, I would look to try to tie this thing up, but it feels like the Ridgebacks now with more immediate pressure, with more urgency moving across the map to try to make things happen, and that is the case here as Chef has absolutely turned one up too. We haven't talked about Shadow or Chef quite as much as Smudge or Fury, but they definitely give us something to talk about here.
Laying down, Tack, gunfight won by Boomman. Last couple of seconds go the way of Texas A&M. Ontario Tech have rotated out towards the restaurant. The initial gunfight will be off screen now on. Kevcan wins it on to Chef and can start making his way forward. Enforcements, everybody, numbers here for Texas A&M over at the restaurant. It's still going to be Ontario Tech who have the advantage here. First gunfight goes the way of the Vaznev up close. Jeff M wins it onto ISO. Boomman in the middle of the map. Spotted out. Trade could be there in just a moment, but will be left vacated for now as the hill still goes the way of Ontario Tech. Numbers here, but Texas A&M are in for the refrag.
OTSU battling this one out. Couldn't be a closer game going into our last hill in about 30 seconds, but for now the Ridgebacks with control. And again, really, people who can get out, get on the reflank and try to repinch the hill while your teammates soaking time has been significantly influential, especially for the side of OTSU, as now they're sending numbers on rotation, even with the back 15 going the way of A&M. It'll be a tied game going to that. Map spread in for both teams, but the pinch coming in for the Dust Devils. Can they find these kills is going to be the next question. One falls from the front. You have one player left in the back to find him. It's going to be ISO. Can he make the hero play once again?
Silence popped in the kitchen. Looking to make his way forward on the back line, though, is ISO. Will get cut down. Ontario Tech, you're inside of P6. Looking to go ahead and make this their mainstay for the next 60 seconds of time. 3 players, though, in red for Texas A&M, starting to make their way forward. Semtex, beautiful across the map. Boomman will fall underneath Shadow, traded immediately. It's a pinstripe kill feed that once again allows Ontario Tech to go ahead and maintain control of this hard point, but still reinforcements, still numbers here from Texas A&M.
And now as they look to go on the time, it is a battle back and forth. Who can find the 1v1 that allows them to sit time for just a brief moment before reinforcements work in? Players' arrows spread all across the map. Pinstripe, kill feed. A perfect culmination of how the series has been neck and neck, toe to toe. A&M trying to battle back, rally back as we look to go to P1. OTSU, though, not giving it up for free, as now they're looking to lock the back 15.
24-108, time continuing to twick up for Ontario Tech. Texas A&M are trying to fight and hold down the middle of the map. They want those right side spawns for P2. Things can get very difficult very quickly. We saw how Mixie Ontario Tech like to get inside of the control around the backside. Chef wins a big one-on-one up close on to Boomman, and that completely flips things around because now Ontario Tech, within the first 10 seconds, they didn't break into the hill, but they got themselves the spawns for P2.
Gonna give them up though because they know they need to hit mid-map, and A&M where they've been able to find success. You think to the respawns in this is they take what the map's giving them, and when mid-map's open, they'll sit and soak 20-30 seconds of time. So it forces OTSU to work back towards mid, maybe give up those P2 spawns, and there you see the flip come in once again. Though it'll still be influential, though the Ridgebacks can still get behind enemy lines, it is something where Texas A&M have made them have to pay respects towards their mid-map presence.
Is also going to give Texas A&M their first opportunity to really lock down a hill in quite some time here. Be able to give themselves at least an opportunity to keep this hard point close. Ontario Tech have been able to do the best of working around and through the chaos. Headshot is going to be good there onto Tyler Furry from Boomman. And one of the things, Cash, that did happen actually today with the Season 3 update, Vaznev as well as the Tack all got their headshot multipliers reduced just a bit.
Yeah, I'm going to blame my gameplay on that for today and why it was so bad. Definitely on that. But no, it is an interesting thing to note because, again, it can really change how these players look to play. I mean, the Tack's still a bit stronger in that mid to long range gunfight than even the Vaznev can be at times. But I mean, the way Tyler Fury's using it, I was questioning, like, why is it mine shooting like that? So I'm not sure. I might have to get the class after this, but it is something that could influence even just the smallest of ways these players look to get around the map, maybe angles that they decide to challenge or not challenge. Chef taking that all day long, able to walk away with those gunfights wins as they still have a marginal lead. Going into P3, they're starting some numbers on rotation, and with Schmutz finding that kill, now going to work across the map. They're out on this foot race towards kitchen.
And they're okay with this because they're going to spawn over by the restaurant. So they're trying to lock down these last few seconds of scrap time. And a one-on-one here on the hill could go ahead and turn things around. Chef, I thought for a moment, was going to be able to snap, but they'll lead the last 8 seconds to go ahead. Chalk up in the air. 164, 152. Rotation to the kitchen. Now one by either side, trying to both fight in through the respective front sides of the hill. Double doors now controlled here by Tamiyu. But as Kev is just in for the contestation here for a moment, it's still Smuts, Shadow, Chef, all trying to play up and around the snake angle. Chef is able to find 2, but it's trades back and forth. Last one here. Tyler Fury wins it for Ontario Tech, who were not in initially. Texas A&M, that was their moment.
Staring down the barrel of perhaps over 200 points when this hill is all said and done. If they can keep isolating these 1v1s, they're trading effectively. They're really starting to hit stride in the late portion of this hard point. Now out to a 30-point lead. Dust Devils not able to give this up. The back 30 still very much up for grabs. That's going to allow, like I said, the Ridgebacks to get outside, look to repinch the hill, find these kills and clean them up. And look to maybe send numbers on rotation here in a moment. With this gunfight win, now the rest of the net players off spawn are going to look to go towards P4. Sure, the Dust Devils have the numbers advantage early on, but they will eclipse the 200-point mark. They will have 3 players here to try to challenge early on for P3, and Tyler Fury takes the first gunfight with Shadow's help.
ISO was the difference maker from Texas A&M on the Embassy. Had over 30 kills, almost 40, but over 2 minutes inside of the hard point. This is where they look to go ahead and capitalize on things here, but they don't realize that Tyler once again is in the back line. Could he make some quick work of one? He's able to get 2, can't snap to the 3rd though. An aggressive challenge on to Kev won't be able to come to fruition from Ontario Tech, and in through the front door, it's Shadow once again, making his presence felt here. 25 ties the game high there with Chef as well, but now as they start to move in, back in towards the point, Boomman still here, Tammy U still in, but Tyler Fury Semtex places one out, keeps them on the back foot, and Ontario Tech once again can start to march their way forward. They cross the 200-point mark.
And they're fine with this. If you're the Dust Devils, you're mad that this time sitting empty because it means that you aren't closing this deficit. And for OTSU, it's quite the opposite. You're fine with the time sitting empty because it means they aren't closing this, and you can look to try to get in to try to extend your lead where you can. At 210, you just need 40 seconds to win it. You're going to need, well, 80, 90 points here if you are A&M to try to battle back into this one. You hear the term perfect hard point being thrown around. Maybe not quite at this mark yet, but this next sequence of kills could really dictate things.
40 seconds just is about the time that Tammy you need to gain here on Ontario Tech to be able to tie up this hard point. The problem is the restaurant controlled by Ontario Tech at the moment, and now the Ridgebacks can start to move their way back around the map as they've won the gunfights. Cruise missile invested over the top. Boomman streak used, but it's 2 kills that go the way on Ontario Tech. Now a 3rd one as well. They look for the 4th one. That's all 4 down. 20 seconds left here to go ahead and close it out and send them on a first-class ticket to Northwood.
And this could be the first upset of the postseason here. OTSU on paper, the underdog, and the hard points trying to make a name for themselves and show why they're top dog here. 8 seconds needed to close this one out. Streak getting invested late.
Here it comes over the top. 3 players left from TAMU around the hill. Kevcam finds one, but it's the streak that goes ahead, forces everything off. Contestion in, the beat down for the 250 mark. Ontario Tech take down Texas A&M inside of the first round of the playoffs here for the spring season, and the upset alert is on. The Dust Devils, they'll be riding themselves all the way back down to a T15 finish.
I mean, shots like that, plays like that. Schmutz was doing that all night long. But you talk about it, if all 4 players show up for this Ontario Tech team, what can they do here? I mean, again, Buddha having a slow performance where it's been kind of 50-50, been evenly matched the entire night. Buddha has a slow performance. All 4 players really look to tee up and be within, what, 4 or 5 kills of each other? Something that, again, a team that wants to hit stride, have a chance to take maps. If not, you gotta say it, a series off of Northwood. Though it is quite the dream, still something on the docket as well. But you're the one going into the next round to face them. Ontario Tech, they've beat the teams they should, they've lost the teams they should, and here they finally pull off one of those wins that maybe they shouldn't have taken.
Congratulations to the side of Ontario Tech. It has been a long, grueling season. They have had to get out of a very tough conference that saw them have to take on the likes of Keanu. I don't know, maybe Oklahoma Christian, throw that one in there for anybody that's paying attention to collegiate kind of esports this season, as well as ICC and some other teams as well. So this was surely one that they wanted to find their way out of, and they're able to go ahead and do just that. Actually, I read the wrong thing. They were with Wichita State and St. Clair. Lol. Still 2 phenomenal teams. It's still 2 teams that have a chance to make it all the way to the end. Well, minus Wichita State, of course. But for St. Clair, again, that's a team that we probably think is going to go all the way. But again, for this OTSU roster, this has been a season that has come full circle. They started this roster out at the beginning of the year trying to find some sort of pacing, some sort of ground to get themselves set up for what could be a potential good year and a run all the way forward. And instead of anything else happening, well, Texas A&M falters. Now they have a round of 8 matchup with Northwood coming up in just a bit.
Definitely so. Congratulations to them. Again, job's not done. A lot of work still to be done. A lot to prove for themselves if they want to try to make any kind of playoff run. And it starts really early in this round 1. It gets a little worse in round 2. So, yeah, congratulations to them for pulling out this win.
Absolutely. We'll send things to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have an interview with the winning team, and we'll talk a bit more about what's coming up for the rest of the night. Don't go too far. The NACE Star League playoffs. We'll be back in just a bit. short break this time, and it was a guaranteed one. We have the winning interview here for Ontario Tech. It was a fun series, but now we'll bring on a player from Ontario Tech. Welcome with us. Been a pleasure. Tyler, you were kind of frying throughout the match. No cap. Gotta say, good performance out of the team, but more importantly, you guys have a matchup with Northwood. What are you guys kind of feeling going into the matchup against them, and how do you plan to tackle it?
We're feeling pretty confident. Like, this match was a big confidence booster, winning 3-1, winning all 3 hotels like that. Map 1, it was kind of a warm-up map, so like honestly we could have taken it 3-0. But some close maps there. We just gotta clean up on some rounds in the search and destroy, clean up on some control, make sure rotations are like a lot better, because the first hard point especially, our rotations were a bit sloppy. But just like cleaning everything up, going over the VOD, and just preparing for Northwood.
Absolutely. And it's interesting to, hear, you talk about, you already know kind of what went wrong in map 1, and even some things you have to tidy up just throughout the series as a whole. Obviously, you're probably going to have a lot of talking conversation. Of course, Northwood this, Northwood that. Can you take a map? Can you take a series off of them? I'm more so going to have the question shape up to what's the mentality for your team camp? Is it, hey, if we control what we can, we'll see where the series puts us. If we do our things right, we'll see what happens. Or is it something that you're going to play to maybe try to counter something that they try to do effectively?
We're gonna like look over their VOD, see like some of their tendencies, and then see if we can spot any counters in there, and then just like playing our game and making sure we're playing fundamental, making sure rotations are good, and like just all like the comms and the teamwork's there, and yeah.
Definitely. And you said this was a confidence boosting win. I guess just to give you a fun question here. I mean, are you guys at this stage of the season right there? You're going up against Northwood in your next matchup. I mean, is the team camp vibes, are they at an all-time high? Are you guys having at least the most fun you can be having at this point in the season, knowing that just whatever happens, we're just going to go down swinging or up swinging? Again, really real possibility for you to be able to take down the Northwood.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. The vibes are like flowing in the OTSU camp here. That match was just vibes. We were just like laughing the whole time and just vibing, and came out with the win, so can't complain with that.
Kind of goes back to the old Darren Sharper little quote where he said, good, feel good, play good. If you're vibing good, well, you're going to be paid good as well. For the final thing that I have to ask, just going forward throughout the rest of this year, not only of collegiate, but for the rest of the season, aspirations for this team, even if things don't go all too well with Northwood.
Just like, regardless of what happens, keep grinding and come back stronger next season. And yeah, pretty much just like keep grinding as a squad, seeing how far we can go in these playoffs, and then just keeping the team chemistry going through the off season, and then just be ready for next year.
Awesome. Well, it's good to hear that the vibes are high. Congratulations yet again. The confidence seems to be at an all-time high with you guys as well. So good luck on your trek to the game against Northwood, and we'll wish you guys luck in that as well.
Appreciate it. Take care.
Absolutely. You as well. All right, so that goes ahead and does it for our COD broadcast here. But before we go, we want to go ahead and give a huge shout out to Mavix, the official partner of the NACE Star League, and was featured as one of the most comfortable gaming chairs on sites. I don't know, like Tom's Hardware, or maybe a few of you might know this one, Tech Radar. If you want to learn more, click on the Twitch panel below and you can get yourself $55 off of your next purchase. Mavix, the future of gaming. And now also, Cash, we talked about this a bit earlier, but I want to go ahead and hit on it again because we did get sent ourselves a few of these Mavix chairs, and I know that you already feel the same. These have changed our lives for the better, whether it's casting, playing games, or just sitting here lounging, taking notes, or doing whatever, maybe even watching a YouTube video. Being able to have the full adjustable head and neck support, the adjustable back height, the infinite locking position to where, if I want to, I can just like lean all the way back. I know I'm not on camera right now, but I can just like, I can just like lean all the way back, and my feet up and everything like that, kicked up like I'm back in school. But the dynamic lumbar support, because the lumbar, on my previous chair, it was dog.
Non-existent, yeah.
it was not there, and it was not fun. But again, the mesh design that they have for the seats also adds a cooling variety to these chairs as well, so it's not like you're getting too hot under your little tookums down there, where you're getting your little swamp shorts and whatnot, and you're not feeling too good after a gaming session. But the seat depth adjustability, the wide seat that it has with it. All these things are what makes these Mavic chairs so much worth their price point, but just so much to be able to find yourselves having one of these in your home to be able to sit down, lounge in, and relax. And I'll do it one more time.
There it is.
All the way back down back here. It's vibe time down here. Maybe it's vibe time. It's vibe times for the spring playoffs as well. Cash, closing thoughts before we send it to Valorant.
Yeah, again, upset alert. I mean, the league already noticed as far as it's a grueler, right? It's the top 15 best teams that we can provide here, and upsets are bound to happen, even though we're working with the top echelon of the collegiate teams that we have in the space. So really exciting stuff going down. Excited to see not only how Call of Duty continues to pan out, but exciting Valorant action ahead. It was a great night of COD, and yeah, at least for Varsity Premiere, we'll be seeing you guys in a few weeks' time, probably for that grand finals. But we still have some open premiere action too. COD is nowhere near done.
Yeah, that's going to be the last one for Varsity Premiere until that grand final towards the end of, I believe, April, I want to say. And then, of course, as Cash already alluded to, we do have the open premiere with their playoffs and their championships just around the corner in about a week's time. So that being said, until we see you guys again here for Call of Duty, that's it for myself, Cash, and everybody else on the broadcast. We're going to send it over to Los and Vincent for Valorant for the rest of the night. So have a good one, stay safe, and we'll see you next time when Call of Duty comes back around.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to Nace Star League. It's time for some Valorant. It has been just too long since you've seen our faces. We're in the postseason. It's playoffs time. My name is Los, joined by Vincent, and we have such a storyline, a banger of a match coming to you.
That we do. We've seen so much of this Rochester team. We saw them play against U-Windsor twice, in fact. They played them in the play-in and then in week 6 as well, and that was a lot of fun. Mizzou, on the other hand, a team that is, I mean, they're really on the cusp of being at the very best, I feel like, and it's been really cool to see them. They've continued to improve, though. They've had a bit of a tough run, and, well, looking at last semester, they ran into a brick wall in the quarterfinals, which is what they're playing for today. The big conversation for this Mizzou lineup is Panda, in-game leader, the controller player leading this team, and to be fair, a little bit different names here, but generally looking to Piggy as that captain. And I don't know who's who, but Ponder is normally what they're named. I think that's Froggy, actually, is the duelist player that we look at on that roster. That being said, map 1's already happened. It took a little bit of a time for us to get here, Los, and so for that reason, we had to play out Split. It was a 13-7 win on Rochester's map pick.
Yeah, and that was a very big upset, I would say, when it comes to officials on Mizzou winning that. They've only played 3 times in recent memory. 3 times, and only 1 of them was a victory. Now, they're doubling that percentage. So we're heading over to Haven, which is certainly their most favored map pick. They played this, I think, over like 22 times in their recent officials. So this is something they're incredibly comfortable with, and I would not be surprised if they're bringing out some heater strats against Rochester, which we've also talked about quite extensively, that their IGL, Hernando, he has such incredible in-round plays to try and circumvent their opponents. So I'm excited to see how they're going to play out against each other.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Hernando was a guy that, I mean, I was so impressed with on Split specifically last time we saw them. I mean, I was just singing this guy's praises. And so, whilst unfortunately it doesn't look great, I do want to caveat that loss there. Like, when you talk about, well, Mizzou don't play this map, well, they did lose it only to the #1 team, the world champions in Northwood. And then last year they played it once against a pro team, or at least a semi-pro team. So, like, is it really a bad map, or just we haven't seen enough of them? Like, it's tough. And Haven, well, it's quite significantly better. Some losses that they've had have been against Northwood recently, against Dark Knights, another very quality team up against Mizzou. So I think Mizzou on paper don't look the greatest on Haven as of recently, but they're actually really good at it. Which leaves the question of Rochester. Are they going to be able to step up to the plate? It's going to have to be Hernando, as we talked about, because unfortunately, this Rochester team, like, they're running with 3 subs this season, and they've already made it to the round of 16. That is incredibly impressive, Lo.
And you got to talk about that ability to bring those players together. Those subs came from League of Legends. They're still in the Riot family, you know. Maybe some skills transfer over, I don't know. But I think just the fact that you could pull those together, bring that team with subs, and take it into the playoffs, and maybe even, you know, potentially that top 8, that is something of an incredible story, an incredible attempt from Hernando, and just the entirety of this team to be able to bring their skills together. So I'm excited. Regardless of the outcome, you know, you gotta tip your hat to Rochester, but also Mizzou. They are looking for a victory, and it ain't gonna be stopping at the round of 8.
No, they're looking to show that round of 8 loss last semester against Wichita State was, I mean, it was an upset at the time, but it wasn't indicative of their true skill and performance here in the Nace Star League. And I gotta say, they've only been looking better. One of the only teams actually to take a map off of Northwood in the last semester. So impressive, to say the least. And by the way, you know where that map that they got off of Northwood was? Huron Haven.
Huron Haven. Absolutely a fantastic omen for them, and we'll see if omen gets brought out anyway. But you know, I want to talk about this series as a whole. This map pool, certainly a bang. I'm upset that we missed out Split. That's my personal favorite map. But Fracture, you know, what are you thinking, Vincent? I know you're a big fan of it.
You know what? I actually am I think I mentioned this to you. I've sort of come full circle on Fracture. Started out hating it, and then I got to the point where I'm like, you know what? It's actually really interesting. And I'm kind of there right now. I really like to see what teams pull out on it because it is really difficult. And whenever we get to see it, it's teams that have put a lot of thought into it. We'll have to see if we actually get there because I think that's step number one here for Rochester, no matter how you slice it, Los, is get to the point where they can step into Fracture. But we're going to be stepping into a short little break here, actually, as we've had a player crash. We're going to get that figured out. And once we come back, it's going to be game time as we get into the gameplay. See you in a bit.
And we're back. It's time for Haven, and it's time for us to get our first look, or at least a sneak peek of what we can expect on the server. Okay, wow, no time to think about that one. We're jumping right into a full roster for either team.
Yeah, this is pretty, I was gonna say standard, but it's standard for these teams, I think is the way that I would tend to put this. Obviously, the Astra versus the Omen, you can decide whichever one you prefer. Otherwise, this is straight meta compositions. We've been talking a little bit about, as of recently, the move away from Fade on this map specifically, and moving back towards that Sova as the secondary initiator. I think that makes a lot of sense, and we're going to see both of these teams pull that off. Mizzou, up one in the series, and Rochester, you know, I talked about how Mizzou, they are here to prove that quarterfinal loss isn't them. That isn't what they're about. Well, Rochester in the same boat, only they lost in the round of 16. Right here, right now in last semester, up against Northwood. They get a chance this time. Not that much better of a chance because it's Mizzou, but, you know, they can fight back at you.
You know, that's a common theme, isn't it? Losing to Northwood. Everyone's done it if you played a collegiate.
Yep.
Zelfin dashes to the back line. By and large, unsuspected, or at least suspected, but not willing to take a fight. Gon will be able to remove them from hell, but it isn't without retribution from the rest of the team as they'll swiftly take A.
It's a good position to be in. Honestly, the fact that Alex doesn't get that initial pick, a little bit rare to see, but nonetheless, 3-on-3, but the spike gets not down low, so only now is it getting planted.
Oh, the long-range frenzy. Not going to be a helpful one at this point. Yum here with the Sheriff, and there's just too many players to attempt this shoot. Grim now the last one in a 1v3 goes in hand. It is a possible clutch moment, but it certainly won't take place here and now. A 3K for Froggy.
That frenzy foray, not so fantastic, unfortunately. Mizzou taking the first round as they took the first map. Dominant showing, and yeah, Froggy with a triple there. Putting the team on the back for the time being. And just to toss it out there, I mentioned 3 subs for this Rochester team. Huge props to see them in this position, right? Like, they made playoffs, and they're in the round of 16 with 3 subs. It's gone. It's Grim and Lazy Pig who are the 3. Props to them.
Certainly not any slouches. Lazy Pig will have nothing to do with this one, but it's really Grim in this moment. The classic king, the classic captain, if you will. And they want more. Send out the shock darts. Might even put a little bit of damage onto Ponder. But they're stuck in the corner on C long. Not much for them to do. So much of their investment in those Spectres, those Stingers, and lost immediately.
Well, that's a great recon bolt because it just confirms that, hey, Mizzou are still hanging around here. It justifies the 3 players that are currently still located at the C site for Rochester. And I like this from Mizzou. I mean, not that they have any way to move with the spike down, but nonetheless.
Here's some info. Oh, beautiful fault line. Nothing to follow up, but maybe that's not that important. Burning time is still important, as well as the utility able to take it out. But it's Conk with the opener on top of that Owl drone, and they just want a little bit more. But it's not going to be given. Pinchers from every side. Classic bullets are so deadly, even with the rifle in hand. And the anti-eco, it is a failure and a toss to a Vandal as Hernando's prize.
And just great patience from Hernando, not to overswing there. Knows that he has very low HP to work with. And it does, unfortunately mean that a couple of additional players go down. But there's just no way that anybody was prepared for that angle at that point in the round. Mizzou, a round they should have had, going the way of the, just classics for the most part. Really coming down to not checking wood right there. That was the big deal. Force buy-in for Mizzou. Oftentimes you'd see a team losing on that anti-eco, just give it up and go for the save. But Mizzou have confidence. They have a map already. And this is their map to win as well. Booking their ticket forward.
Alex, another dash. But this time, it will not provide any value. They're lost instantaneously. And this is simply a rush, an attempt out from Mizzou to land some economic damage. Only 1 kill onto Yum. They secured 3 in the previous. They're doing just fine.
That they are. Great shots by Yum as well, who's been incredible for this team on the duelist role. I just want to give props while we have a moment to do so. With that said, Mizzou heading into their gun round at this point, and this is where things do get difficult for Rochester, I would imagine. The Mizzou offense on this map is a bit crazy, a bit hard to deal with. And the defense just as good, so I would like to see Rochester continue this, but that's easier said than done. Blade Storm out, though, will help out. At the very least, Yum taking a lot of damage, though, but getting space for it.
That's a free and clear A site. Just a little bit of utility expended. However, there's not much of an interest on holding it back. Not much of an interest to try and stop the plant from taking place. It'll be a 5v5 for the retake.
Look at this positioning. You have a lot of players grouped up there at short. It's going to be a weird retake situation. Okay, now they fanned out a little bit. This is better for Mizzou.
Not looking so good for Rochester. Aftershock, a bit more of a delay. And it will be Ponder. Continuing the onslaught. Simply looking down into CT. 3K for them. And a flawless victory. A flawless execute and post-plan.
That's what I was just going to say. Like, 5 players onto the site, 5 players walk away. Easy as it could be. This is the new gun.
Yeah, that's the Counter-Strike bundle.
Yeah, that's what I say. The CS one.
You know, I was thinking I have never bought a bundle, and I might buy this one.
Just because? Yeah, that'd be funny. You should do that. You should definitely. I don't know why I encourage you to spend money on pixels, but here I am.
Well,
I do it, so
money
you
for
should.
pixels, man. So
That's true. That's true. 2-2 is the scoreline. Mizzou slowing it down a little bit. They were walking towards A last round. Found nobody on the site. This time, it's not going to be empty.
Alex, a bit of a misdirection or mismeasurement of their ability to get on top of that box, and a ton of damage being expended toward them as well as the breach. This retake, while it still is 5v5, a lot of damage onto Mizzou.
It's not just damage though, Los. It's this, the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury available. This is fantastic post-plant utility, and the timing couldn't have been better. They put this lockdown down as soon as all of Rochester had grouped up. So the maximum amount of weight having to happen for Rochester to get back onto this site.
This will be a fun attempt as they need to tap that spike and a one-way on top of it. You will be perfectly exposed the second you hit it, and it'll be Ponder on that Hunter's Fury. There was so much damage imparted onto Mizzou, but the post plant was perfection. So much so that I believe that's a 3K for Ponder, including the teammate.
Yeah. You know, sometimes you catch a teammate in the Hunter's Fury. It happens. It does happen.
That's where you're going at, Alex.
Yeah. Sorry, bud. Just gonna have to rebuy next time. Fantastic work, though. Mizzou, you know, perfect is the right word, but it really couldn't have gone better. They had the 2 correct ultimates going into that as well, just to confirm that nothing was going to go wrong. And because of the saved weapons, Rochester are in a bit of a weird spot for Hernando to call here. They had a bit of extra money, so you didn't want to save, but you also didn't have enough to fully invest in 3 of the 5 players.
Now take a look at this creep up through mid-window. It's Hernando. Controller v controller action. We may just see if there's a continued peak, but Panda has an idea about this. Certainly not someone would be so close. And Hernando will take that Vandal. They'll love it.
But the spike's already planted. That's the problem, Los. Sure, Hernando loves the upgrade, but you got to get back in the site. And the utility probably somewhat limited with the weaponry as well.
Oh, God. Coming from the top rope, and unfortunately, they'll be choke slammed on landing. And this will follow the similar course to the previous hold here on A site. An impossible execute attempt, or should I say retake attempt. You only kill secured by a cheeky angle.
And this is where Mizzou just are so difficult. If they get a site, you can be damn well sure they're going to hold it. Once they get there, they're very difficult to remove via force or any other means, in all honesty. But here's the full buy. Little lacking when it comes to the shields, but that's all good. Yum has an operator, and that's certainly something we should keep our eye on. That's currently over at A-Long, where there's 3 players ready to go. This is the way to go. Blades as well against it.
Oh, and there's speed behind this look onto A. At least there was. Bit of apprehension now that there's a realization. Op is here. It's time to clear.
They're still going for this? What an aggressive play from Yum! Oh, just needed to hold the angle, in all honesty, Los. A little bit overzealous, maybe.
Simply waiting for the shot now, as it's a stack. Yum will remove Froggy. And they'll be traded in kind. So that's still a major loss. Blades for an op. It won't be recovered, as there's much too danger in that situation. But there's danger all around for Rochester. It's gone in a 1v4. And they're about to be gone from this server.
Jeez. Mizzou, as soon as they've got these guns out, you know, props to Rochester for winning that anti-eco round, but since then, it's been all Mizzou all the time. Kind of putting into prospect that 13-7, at least in the first 7 rounds of this second map. 9K on the back of Piggy. 8K on 2 other players and 7 for Panda. They've been nearly flawless every round since then. Now that I'm thinking about it, they've only lost in those 4 rounds, I think, 2 players total.
That is not a good casualty report coming from Rochester. They're back on the bare bones, but we've seen the magic happen previously when they're forced in a situation like this. But I can't think that lightning will strike twice for this team.
Alex having a good time right there. Gets booted back by the owl drone. Oh, Yum.
Crosshair just over, unfortunately. Not quick enough on the reaction. Piku's advantage here for Alex. And confidence as well with the weaponry. They don't even need to take this site. They could do whatever they want. Plenty of time left.
this is the brilliance of Mizzou, actually, is that they're capable of playing fast, and they will take advantage of it when you give them that chance. But they can play slow as well. And look at this fake. It's just they bit hook, line, and sinker. One player, it's just Piggy, who's pulled out the ultimate, convincing the entirety of Rochester that this was an A hit while the spikes planted at C. Los, this is a bit painful.
Yeah, rough stuff. And it's even that much better when you're seeing an ultimate committed in just the idea of a bait. Normally, you wouldn't consider using a precious resource like the Rolling Thunder as a feint, especially on a eco round. But you know what? Win by any means necessary. Keep your consistent flow and keep that river running red across the timeline.
I mean, now we've added another round where there's still now 5 rounds, 2 deaths for Mizzou. Like, it's just mind-boggling to think about. 6-2, that's the scoreline. It's been swift to get to this point, for sure, but now, Yum back on the operator. This is a chance to maybe bring things back up at the top of B. Might be seeing something of a adjustment here for Rochester. They're a bit more convinced of the A site attack. We've got 2 players here. It's not Yum this time, though. Both the initiators.
Lazy Pig, good for 1, and there will be a follow-up. And this is the first time we've seen a lively defense for Rochester when it comes to rifle rounds. Sadly, there will be trades, but it's not done yet. Konk still has a lot to do. They do not have a lockdown for the post plant, and it's all about keeping themselves safe and denying any angles for Rochester.
That lockdown for post plant is going to be critical. Yeah, just comes in immediately. There's no, there's the Hunter's Fury. They just got it with the plant. That's incredible stuff as Lobster even gets the kill.
Oh no. And that's a follow-up on the Cosmic Divide. There wasn't an ability to find the shot from heaven, but Hernando locks it down. And that commitment will be solidified. A 3rd round. But 7 in the last, what? 7 rounds? No, 6.
Yeah,
7
6.
kills in the last 6 rounds. Still a stellar stat.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. And, you know, even when you look at that round in its own right, that was a what, 2v5 that was brought back to a 1v1. So, just great usage. And they pulled out both of the ultimates that were available to Rochester at the time. Obviously, now the Hunter's Fury and more is available, but it just had that Cosmic Divide, and Hernando, just good shooting to actually find that 2nd kill and confirm the round.
Okay. Talk about supreme confidence to take these fights. Panda all the way in the back, and a dash to add a more spice in their life. A quick hit onto A. And this is not going to be a similar retake. You could already tell this is a save. But that's not what Mizzou wants. They want blood. They want to stop the money from being saved.
Oh my goodness, Alex is outrageous. Remember what I said? I said it just like 2 rounds ago, Los. Mizzou, they can play slow. That's one of the tools in their belt, but they have the speed, the pace as well. They're so willing to just get up close and personal, and especially to take these fights. Like, it's something that I love to see Panda do. Panda will constantly go for those, like, really aggressive from the shadows. Rarely do you see teams willing to do that in this day and age. You know how it goes, Los. You're from the shadows and you're just instantly sent back. Somehow, some way, Panda gets in these positions and takes advantage of them.
It also comes from the pressure from Alex. Having that tailwind onto site. Oh, an unfortunate one where you have to check your corners always. Rule number 1. But it isn't going to be a huge detriment, as they will find retribution and take their talents over to A.
Have that lockdown for the retake potentially as well. So it can be countered out by the Hunter's Fury, which means that the Rolling Thunder could be the critical part of the retake kit. But Gone actually committing onto this site. This could be the difference maker. Oh, just the 1-for-1 though, Los.
Good for those wacky shrouded steps. Come on now. Lazy Pig has no choice.
He was
Simply
walking.
stay away in CT. Nothing left for them to do.
He was just walking. He was on a stroll, and he caught his tray, Los. A stray! It's just not right.
That was heat seeking, Vincent. That was not a stray.
Poor
That
innocent
was
man.
all intended.
I mean, that's fair. Yeah, that's a good point. Truly tragic. That could have been a very good retake, realistically. I think you just aftershock Panda.
I believe they like to do a little bit of trolling here and there.
Trolling?
Panda's about to take it. No! Panda had the right idea. Unfortunately, the right technique was not put in play.
Well, Lazy Pig really needs to stay alive here. Takes the fight and does get away.
Last round in
Zoo.
the half.
They know that they have Rochester on the ropes, and they're not letting go. Pulling them one by one over the edge and into the chasm that is the Mizzou powerhouse. This will be a good enough buy, though. Odin, even for Grim. I think we have seen a bit of Odin play from this Rochester squad, haven't we? Especially on this map.
Oh, I think they have gone a bit overboard in that department previously, but oh my! Alex wants to do something of the same. What is that? A collateral damage with the Rolling Thunder. It doesn't matter. It costs Alex their life, but Biggie will find retribution all the same. Sight is theirs, but they are still curious about Heaven. No one wants to get in that sight line.
Planted.
3 players remaining. I mean, the lockdown as well. It's just so...
There's a flank on Link.
You're right. Lobster's there. That's outrageous.
Oh no, it's gonna be a knife. They're bringing out the knife. It can't be.
Oh,
no! No! But Hernando is still here. This round can be thrown. It might be thrown away. No! Oh my God.
The double knife kill was worth it, Los. Was worth it.
Switching sides.
Hashtag worth. What a round. What a play. What a half from Mizzou. I said that their offense was damn good, and they're showing it right now. They showed it right then. Oh my goodness. What did Rochester do? By the way, check back. This was a map that Rochester 13-5 University of Windsor on back in week 6. It was a little closer in the play-in, but still, I think that was more due to Windsor stepping up than Rochester being worse. Point is, Rochester are no slouches here on Haven. They know how to play. They're good. Listen, we talked to Hernando. They even have names for set plays on this map. I don't know if you remember, but we got all the details.
Oh, I believe it. I remember a push up through sewers hit on a fault line. I think that's one of their favorites.
Called the sushi.
Wow, that's a deep cut.
It is a deep cut against Mizzou, isn't it?
Or it would be if it found value. Oh boy, Punk is about to be in an interesting scenario, and they'll still come out with 2. What?
At least Grim's gonna get that frag, but the flank from Grim is good for Froggy. This retake, it's a pinch.
Certainly is a wacky one. But now they're doing just fine. It's got to be a Grim ace right now. And I think with the double swing, it is nigh impossible. And it certainly pans out to be so.
a little bit of accidental trolling right there. Thought they got the half.
Yeah, they wanted to get half just so they could troll us with the spam. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. Yeah, Mizzou, 10 rounds now, double digits. They are in position. Waltz their way into the quarterfinals. Dancing right now. Rochester, on the other hand, on the back foot. They're going for the 4th spot here. Gotta respect them betting on themselves in this round. And look at if you look at the guns, you'd argue that actually Rochester have a better buy. I think you and I'd agree.
I think so, with 2, maybe 3 pistols being imparted in this fight. It's a curious case indeed. Yum, completely ignoring the turret. They don't care. But talk about ignoring sights, ignoring anything. You've got Piggy as well as Ponder coming in for a major flank out on the window.
This B site can be so difficult to hang on to, but the thing about it is if you take it early, you got so much utility to defend against on this retake.
Hunter coming in simply for a tap, just to get information where the shot's coming from. It's all Link. They have to know. They've got information from the recon, and all they need to do now is spam. And that's exactly what will happen for staying alive in this daring round. All or nothing. The force buy going into a potential now earning round for Mizzou to get map and series point.
And that's what I was talking about there, Los. Like, just more and more as over the last couple of weeks, I've just been seeing B takes early. They're just not it. You just can't do that on a round where the defense has utility to work with. Because if you take it early, then they're going to have all of that utility to just dump into you and clear all the corners. Very difficult to hold on. And Rochester feeling the burn of that right there. At least they got the spikes, so they'll have a bit of extra cash. And I'm a little confused. If you're going to go for this buy, why not invest everything?
Oh, what a case of timing. That is just unfortunate. You can't write it any other way. Especially with the stinger. Will we find more? Yes. How can this be? How can such a weak weapon post-patch come out and do so much damage?
Oh, man, this feeling is what the shot Salt Striker down. Got denied a knife by the long-range shotgun. Oh, boy. Here's the full buy. Sort of last chance saloon. Not sort of. Very much. This is the entire season on the line here for Rochester. Nate's Star League run would be over if this round goes to Mizzou. They'd book their ticket into the quarterfinals with Mizzou.
Here it is with a quick kill from Yum. A nice start, a pleasant one. Maybe a better continuation will occur. Yet Ponder destroys the opposition in short. Hit with the fault line, and they want some more, but they'll only find death. It comes up to Alex, who's going crazy. Daring plays. They don't even care at this point. They just want to send Rochester home. And that might be their undoing.
Last player standing.
Oh, they caught both these players with the paranoia, actually.
Oh my god, Panda with the run and gun. This can't be how it ends.
No!
And it is a run and gun double for Panda. Are you kidding me?
Oh,
What an
no.
obscene ending for the series.
That's brutal. That's just showing the dominance of this Mizzou squad. They are looking so good, and I'm so excited to see what they continue to do. This quarterfinals matchup coming up will be impressive. Potential for them to play Oklahoma Christian, actually, another top 5 team in the quarterfinals, assuming that OC doesn't lose out in the round of 16. But that would be an expected matchup. Regardless, props to Rochester. I think that this series didn't really show what they had to offer in the same way that I think that other series we've seen on stream do. I think that there's a lot of props to go to Hernando, the in-game leader. We talked up a lot, and there's a reason. Has a great mindset for this game. And we just didn't see Yum get activated. It felt like there was just too much pace there for Mizzou. They were kind of reading everything, and then once the site was gotten, they didn't let it go. There was no, I don't think there was a single one retake, actually, at all, that whole game. I don't think Rochester had one.
No, I mean, there was just never a chance for them to make that happen. Because I think it comes specifically when we're looking at A site. Spams through the smoke. Spams just in that CT hallway. There was never a moment where Rochester was able to take control, take command of that angle, and actually break their way back onto site. The greatest opportunity was when they expended the lockdown. The Cosmic Divide. Hernando had to do a 2v1 clutch situation to walk out of that one with a victory. And that is one of their 3 victories. The other 2 came off of a anti-eco victory. So they only won 3 times. They never really had an opportunity to show us what they're made of, but I mean, we certainly saw what Mizzou is capable of instead.
Yeah, and I mean, that one time where Hernando had to make that crazy heroic play and they invested 2 ultimates, that was the one time they did have a retake. And so, yeah, a tough game overall for Rochester. commiserations to them, but I am so excited for Mizzou. This is a team that's been heating up at the right time during the season, and they're continuing to do so. Just giving up 10 rounds over these 2 maps and dominating split and even as well. Beautiful stuff. And, got to give props as well. Panda, in-game leader, but clearly leadership of Piggy as well, taking a front and center approach.
Yeah, no, I have to agree that this entire team, everybody came to play. Everybody had those shining moments. I feel like there's no one individual that needed to step up because everyone did their exact part of slaughtering the opposition. And, I'm not trying to mince words because that is what we saw. Split 13-7. Haven 13-3. This is such a step up, doubling down on the strength that has preceded them. And they'll bring it into those quarterfinals. An exciting time for all Mizzou fans, players, and the like. And we'll have a chance to interview one of the players from Mizzou after a quick little break. So don't go anywhere. We'll return right back here at the NACE Star League. Welcome back to the NACE Star League. We wrapped up our first series, but the action will still keep on running. We have some more Valorant action Friday that we're going to be running it down. And speaking of running, NACE Star League runs on Dunkin'. Click the Twitch panel below to find a Dunkin' near you. If you want to know my order, which you obviously do, medium iced coffee, half ice, vanilla syrup included. I don't want to have the sugar in there because the syrup is good enough. It is. I mean, it is sugar, right? That's what I'm ordering.
I was over at Dunkin' the other day, and I have never had the refresher. I don't know if you know about this.
Oh, I'm refreshed on my memory. Yes.
Okay, great. So I had it with the green tea. Fantastic. It's only like 100 calories, something like that, for like a medium. It was great. It was wonderful. That alongside like they have a bacon and chicken croissant. It's so good.
I usually eat the snack and bacon and the hash brown, like the little coins that they have. At first I was like, oh, am I just gonna eat this bacon out of a bag? And I was like, oh, I'm gonna eat this bacon out of a bag. I'm doing
yes,
that.
You are. 100%. They also have the filled bagels. I'm a bagel guy. You know me. Listen, I do enjoy it. A little bit of that. Very good though, those.
Certainly. And speaking of very good, I mean, talking Mizzou, talking this team, we've got Piggy Piggy, congratulations on the victory. You're headed to quarterfinals. This is a big moment for you in Mizzou. How are you feeling right now continuing through the playoffs?
Yeah, it feels pretty good, especially winning 2-0 pretty confidently. I've never really felt like we could have lost that game at any point, I feel like. So, we really, played good to really be like, next match is against OC, and they're a really good team. So we need to make sure we keep up.
Well, let's talk storylines here, because last season you guys got upset against Wichita State in the quarterfinals of NACE, and I know that was a huge surprise for me. I'm sure it was for you guys as well. Now a significantly tougher matchup this time around. What is the prep going to look like for a team like Oklahoma Christian that, well, to be fair, they've actually shown some weaknesses as of late, and you guys have looked really good. They're still a very good squad. What's the prep look like?
Yeah, well, we played them once before, and we got pretty smashed in that game. But I think we weren't doing what we needed to do for prep. So I think it's going to look like, knowing what the map bans is going to be probably. I think we have a pretty good idea what it's going to look like, and to making sure that we played more together as a team than we did last time, because we weren't as focused as we are now.
I do have a question. This is both NACE and generally related, because you guys have had the unfortunate privilege of playing against Northwood a ton. You're going to get another chance to do that in CVAL here coming up soon. And it's kind of rough being in the same area as the #1 in the world. Has that, do you think, improved you guys playing so often against such a good squad? And I mean, you're one of the only couple of teams actually that have even taken a map off of Northwood. Tell me about how that improves or hurts your chances in some of these situations.
No, I think that for anytime you're playing a top team like that, you actually see holes in your gameplay that you wouldn't see against maybe today we had holes that we didn't see because we won so confidently. But when you lose, you really see where each mistake is really happening, and so then you can improve off those mistakes. It's very easy to see what's going on and why we're losing. So I think definitely playing against Northwood, those are really good VODs to watch. So when we watch those, we really improve and really have a good mindset for that week on what we need to do to get better. So I think it definitely helps in the long run playing against #1 team like Northwood a lot.
That goes back to a very specific point. I always tell Vincent, sometimes it's better to lose than it is to win. But I want a less serious question here, Piggy.
Okay.
We saw a legendary, I don't think it's ever happened before here in the A-Star League, a double knife. Could you tell me about the comms that were going off when that happened?
Ms. Lobster or Connor, he was commenting the whole time, I'm going for the knives. And then he's like, I'm gonna get 2. And then he just runs up, bang, bang. I've never seen that happen before in the game. A double knife kill, but I mean, we'll take it. We almost had another, I don't know how many knife kills we had that game. We had 3. We got another one too with Mason, W Panda. He was about to knife him, but we got a judge kill from a mile away. But it really brought the mood up once we got a double knife kill.
Oh, I bet. A morale increaser for sure. So you guys are now headed to the quarterfinals. Congratulations, Piggy. Thank you for joining us, and we can't wait to see how your team progresses through the bracket.
Thank you.
Well, folks, that's going to wrap it up here at the A-Star League for us tonight. The action will continue throughout the rest of the week. So you want to get comfortable making sure you're watching this stream. And another way to get comfortable is by hanging out in a Mavix chair. Mavix is an official partner of A-Star League and was featured as one of the most comfortable gaming chairs on sites like Tom's Hardware and Tech Radar. Click the Twitch panel below to get $55 off your next purchase. Mavix, the future of gaming. Woo!
I don't know that I've ever heard a read as excited as that was. Very exciting stuff. Make sure that you are clicking that banner. With that said, Los, I turn from elation to some sadness. It's time to say goodbye, unfortunately. Like you mentioned, we do have more Valorant action coming at you on Friday, alongside Counter-Strike as well. And then I think we got games tomorrow. So there's a lot going on. Make sure you're tuning in here at NACE. See you next time. Peace out.